Hello, and welcome back to some programming. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's had a good one. I am currently dealing with a lot of mini little things. Okay, let me start that again. So yesterday I decided I would play around with the game a little bit, see how the game's actually feeling from a playing perspective, all sorts of stuff. The best part of doing that sort of thing normally is that it actually gives me a really good idea of where the game is feeling. Now, I've made a massive change to the game that has completely thrown the pacing into a different league, but it's good. It's actually a very, very good change. It's a change I talked about before. Basically, the shorthand is that I've now locked the scoring. So if you kill enemies while a boss has spawned, those do not count towards the next boss. Therefore, to actually get more, you need to kill that boss. So you can't get too many bosses stacking on top of each other. This has actually changed the gameplay loop from being like maybe a roughly, like 5-7 minutes to like, on a good build, 12 minutes, which is exactly what I wanted. So now I'm actually feeling less inclined to nerf the shit out of the players. That's basically the big thing to take away from this. Is that, like, that was my biggest fear, is that I'm going to have to keep progressively pulling the power away from the players. I'm still going to be pulling them under a little bit, because again, the power level that they're at now is kind of like a middling point between where I think that they're, with meta progression upgrades, where their peak should be versus what they will actually be baseline. So expect every character to be pulled down in power level. There's a few things that came to my attention with that though. One is enemy damage scaling is way too high. It was getting to a point that, mind you, armor's not exactly set up correctly for the player. They're not got a lot of base armor. But the fact that, like, even with a few levels of the armor stat up, I was late game taking like 30% of my max health as damage from just basic enemies. That's a little bit much. At 10 minutes, I'd expect a high amount, but not that much. I think that's a little too much, so we'll pull that back at some point. I should remind myself later. Because again, like, this is kind of that element of we've never really been able to effectively play the game for that long safely. Now, the UI stuff that we've been working on is put on hold temporarily so I can just work on some of these things. Because there was a few other things that came up that have scared the living shit out of me. One of which is that there looks like there might be another memory leak that's turned up. Another thing that's also kind of become very apparent is that with the introduction of the new enemies and for the length of time the game is going for, enemy spawns tank the shit out of your game. Now, when I say this, I mean it is a difference of like the average. So if I pull up this, I was actually looking at the in-game calculations. The in-game calculations have it as like the FPS and everything like that. It's kind of this. But every exactly 4 seconds is a spike that takes us from like a few hundred FPS sort of scenario. So I think off the top of my head, like sitting easily at between like 800, 700 or 300, 400, depending on the situation, to basically spike all the way up like this in a way that is very clear something's wrong, but this would spike almost all the way to like a double-digit value. And that was the spawning. The enemy spawning was that intense. So this is what we have currently. Well, sort of currently. I'm currently doing some reworking. But point is, yeah, we've had something of this kind of ilk for a long time. The problem is that this stuff here is dumpstering the processing. Because it has to do quite an extreme calculation on a large scale. So I'm currently going through and fixing how that will be handled. Now there's one fix that I've already got that I'm going to put forward in a second, but that's still not enough. So I'm going to be kind of going through some of the notes that I've been writing up and working on this for the next little while, because there's something that I looked up that might help mitigate some of this. So do bear with me while I'm trying to kind of organize this, because this is one of the things I've worked on, is like finding coordinates and finding a weighted coordinate. Total weight. Okay, so that's not changing. It's under here. Okay. So, let's have a little look-see. Again, like, I'm gonna probably be a little quiet because I am doing a lot of reading, and I do apologize for that. I will explain kind of my reasoning as I go, as best I can, though. But yeah, so one of the big things is, yeah, I'm gonna be using batch spawning as much as I can. Batch spawning is a very different method than what we've got here, and it should reduce the potency of the spawning. Because if we go back to just drawing this chart, right, so again, if we talk on the average being kind of like across the board here, and then there's these every 4-second spikes, like very intense spikes. What the batch should do is it should plateau it a little bit more and just basically bring this to being a flattened down situation instead. So it takes that spike and it lies it on the ground. So it should still be on the intenser side, and I'm not too happy with that, but I would prefer something to raise the intensity a little bit, but for a longer period of time, then spike it to a point where I actually can see it in game. Because that's the thing, is I can see the lag. You can see a split-second hitch whenever the enemies are spawning, which is something we've had in the past, and I fixed, clearly not stuck. Are you doing this for gameplay difficulty purpose or stability? Mainly stability. Batch spawning is primarily for... it's not going to be, like, notable. It's probably still just going to be, like, over a few frames. that the batch spawning will occur, but the fact that I'm going to have to do something about it. Like, it's very clearly needing to have its stuff sorted out a little bit. So I'm currently trying to figure out the best answer for handling the batch spawning in the way I've got my enemies written up. But also, yeah, hi, you know. Hope all's going well. But yeah, it's a 100% a stability thing, because primarily the calculation here, trying to get like the core, basically to scale the distance and stuff like that is destroying this. Like, that's just pure and simply what's happening. But I don't want to lose that. I want to have a weighted spawning. So it's weighted to try and aim to be further away from the player, but it can still spawn fairly close. That is the goal. So, what we're going to do is we're going to have to make 2 new functions, right? And then we're going to feed them into this one. So, I'm going to have... What if you run the calculation once, then spawn a group of enemies instead of running it for each enemy? Then they're all going to spawn at the same location. Unless you want me to calculate it all at once for the multiple different things, then at that point in time, what's the difference? Because it's technically, it's not even for each individual enemy, it's for each batch, each little cluster of enemies. Because, for example, the slimes spawn in clusters of 3. So they, that's why you see here total cluster amount, or base cluster amount. And if I was to do the calculation like that, yeah, there's no difference between doing the calculation like that and then spawning them separately. Versus it otherwise. So I need to remember my rules. Alright. See. Yeah, I mean, you could draw like a circle and can center on the point chosen by your thingy. The spawn, spawn enemies spread in that circle. Make them spawn roughly at the same place, not exact. Yeah, like, that's... So the other issue with that, yeah, and this is why we have, like, weird location data, is because I need to ensure that the enemy doesn't spawn on the unpathable tile, because it will just break. And There's already something I need to fix about the bosses again with that, because I found there's about 4 spots on the map where you can actually get the enemy to dash outside of the map and lock them in place because they can't go outside of the map, but then they also can't be pushed back into the map because of the specific locations. There's only a few of them, but there is some of those locations, and I need to find a better resolution than I currently have. So that's something I need to fix. But that's the point. So that's why we have like a bunch of positional data getting thrown around, is because we need to ensure these are spawning in locations I'm sure are safe. What I actually used to have was I used to have these, which are an object for it. Now I have an array which should reduce how much overhead there is to resolve that. Alright, so I saw a cosplay convention today and saw a random fanboy and he held a sign saying £5 to get stepped on. Made $200. That sounds pretty good. See, the map's also a problem. Yeah, because if we go to the game here, if we look at this, think of these kind of things as barriers. Oh, £10 from me, yeah. And it's the same with these bits here, like they're cliff edges. So we need to ensure that the enemy is not going into those spaces. We've had poor spawning systems already, so... he would get more, yeah, he'd get a good bit from me. It's kind of inspired by the Minecraft spawning, but now that I think of it, it's bad. Minecraft spawning's actually horrendously bad, but they've managed to make it efficient within the Minecraft ruling. Because it's basically, the tiles get checked for conditionals, and then there's entity, there's spawn quantities per chunk, I believe it is, as their safety net, I believe is the ruling. So it's basically if a certain amount of specific entity types exist inside of that chunk, then it will prevent spawning functionality. Well, reduce it, and then it will progressively reduce it. Who's cosplaying as Starfo? Minecraft started with spaghetti code to the magnitude. Oh yeah, no, like early Minecraft. I mean, the fact is, the creeper is a joke at that. People underestimate this. Creepers are literally a bug in the game. They were pigs. But because of issues, yikes. Minecraft spawning is very bad, but they can't change it because players would freak out. And again, like that's why I say what Minecraft is it's a situation where they have to maintain legacy code, but they've gotten really good at making that legacy code efficient. So it still follows all the same rules, it still follows all the same core mechanics, but they've made better safety nets and allocation for that memory space and data, just making it more efficient. That is something you can actually do with those sorts of games. That's how long-standing games tend to stay so similar, and they can maintain that thing. Creeper, oh man, goddammit. But yeah, no, I believe creepers were pigs, and like accidentally they were made to explode when the player came too close, I believe was how I remember. That was the issue, which was funny. In Minecraft, the lower you dig down the surface, the faster algorithm scans the map and spawns frequently. They wanted to change that, but players wanted to keep it that way. Yeah. And I understand why they'd want to change that, because it's horribly inefficient. I think they did some tweaks to it when they introduced the like new height systems. Like now I think it's a bit more layered from memory. So it's a bit more like clamped spacing, which is cool. From what I heard anyway. Haven't played enough with it, admittedly. So maybe I need to fix that at some point. Just play more recent Minecraft, because I'm still very, very out of it when it comes to recent Minecraft. Creepers were failed pig models, but they didn't explode yet in the beginning. I know there was a code that situation that caused random explosions, like an entity to explode on getting close. And that was kind of the point of the creepers. They tried, but the players weren't in favor. People liked the niche mechanic. They changed it, so they made the mob cap player dependent, not global. Oh, okay. Interesting. That makes sense. They keep tweaking the system and cleaning up the code. That's why we have Bedrock Edition. They recoded most of the game, made it easy to work on. Yeah, but it's also like really garbage from memory. Right? And like some of the rules are so recoded that they're actually just worse. If I recall, like fire protection and fire stuff like that is just completely different. And how damage is calculated. I've played since 1.2. When did I start playing? I mean, realistically, I think I started playing when it was basically just creative mode. But it wasn't creative mode yet. Yeah, Bedrock is at least as bug/garbage. Yeah. Been saying, yeah, like I don't think I would be able to answer when I started playing Minecraft. I just know that like the most I played was 1.2.5 when E2 was like really prevalent. What's called Ticket Classic now, but was just Ticket back then. That was probably the Minecraft I played the most. I plundered my first Minecraft from a pirate chest. Nice. No, I've played Minecraft quite a bit in my time. It was good. Trying to remember, like, if there's any other... I mean, I did play a lot of the... What was that one, like, server? There was a server that was, like, really prevalent for a bunch of mini-games that I played a little bit of. That I saw the Yogscast play on. I remember when they added pistons, I was like, OMG. They added that mod I saw. Dude, I remember pistons. Pistons were good. To be fair, the most normal Minecraft I've ever played was when I was playing it on an Xbox 360. And at the time, I don't even think the end existed in the Xbox version. That was the most, like, basic Minecraft I played. Most modded Minecraft is definitely 1.2.5. I did play a lot when they, did play a good bit, sorry, when they added... What is it even called now? It's the one where, like, you can get the smeltery and you can, like, make, Tinker's Construct? Is that the name of it? That was the name of it at one point, I know that. That was one of the mods that I, like, came back for, because I thought that was, phenomenal design. It's one of those mods that, like, I feel like you should throw into most sessions, even if you're going for a vanilla experience. Just because, like, it is such a beautifully additional vanilla experience. 1.2 was the wrong update. I can't remember a lot of those updates, I'm gonna be honest. Like I said, I played at 1.2.5, and you could, honestly, you could ask me what was the things that were put in at that point. I can have no idea. Dude, I still think, like, the bees are fucking new to me. Hoppers are wild. I don't remember hoppers existing for a good chunk. That shit was weird. You guys made me open an account of a Minecraft YouTube creator I watched in childhood. Yeah, that's the case. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm having a moment trying to decide if I'm gonna watch the new Yogscast series. Because they've got a new series going. Definitely interested. I remember how you would be able to shield with the sword. Dude, that was wild. When they even added that. Yeah. So human, so yeah, it's so weird. It does happen. It does happen. We all grow older. When I started playing, redstone was torches, dust, maybe repeaters. I mean, again, like, this is why I say, like, if you made me really think about it, I don't even think redstone was in when I played initially. That's why I'm like, I don't know when I started playing. I started playing at some point and I played it, and then I played the most. I didn't really enjoy it too much. I watched Shadow of Israfel. I really enjoyed seeing that. And I enjoyed the Tekkit series that they had at the time as well, the Yogs House had, and I played Tekkit. And I will openly admit that's basically the summary of how I got really into Minecraft. Yes, Yogscast. I loved Rithian's series as well. I thought that was a fucking awesome series. I can't even remember what it's called. Blackrock Castle or something like that. And that's what got me into looking into Equivalent Exchange, that and Duncan stuff on it. Right. I just had a group of geeky friends back then. That's fair. I didn't have many people to play like PC games with at the time, was my main thing. Because that required owning a PC. Is the nicest way of saying it. I used to watch a Minecraft RP creator. His name was Pixel Dip. I think I remember that name. He quit because it wasn't healthy for him, and he spent way too much money on the vids, and he wanted to go to college. That happened a lot. Is we actually saw a huge amount of like early-ish, like after about 5-ish years of the boom, maybe a little less than that, we saw a mass exodus of YouTube content creators because, like, most of them had started actually growing up, needed to go to college, had realized, like, it wasn't profitable anymore as well to try and even do it, because they had to try and actually make a living, and it was just not worth it. I don't know how, but GitHub got a photo of 11-year-old me with a Pigman cosplay. I did it. Oh, what the fuck? That's incredible. That's amazing. Dude, you say that, I'm just having a moment of going, Minecraft didn't even exist when I was like 10 years old. God damn it. Thanks, Nya. You made me feel old again. Asshole. God damn. The idea of YouTube existing during my childhood. Kinda glad it didn't. He made half my childhood better. Fair. I mean, I did this, I think Minecraft 1.0 maybe just came out. I'm not saying that you're not... I think that's fine, right? Like, that's fine. I'm just pointing out the idea that, like, your 11 years old and my 11 years old are a bit of a time difference. Because what, Minecraft's like 2008 or something like that? No, it's a little earlier than that, right? $2009, yeah, okay. Can speak English at 11? Fair. But yeah, so I was at an age where, like, oh god. I just realized I wouldn't have even been. Oh no. I don't want to think about it. No. No, I'm gonna stop thinking about that's gonna make me really depressed. I'm just gonna say that now. God damn. Think we need mellow. Yeah. Y'all get your fantastic foreground. I'm from 1990s, so I'm still in my prime time. Fuck you. Get old fucking youngins. Barely a 90s kid. God damn it. Why have you done this to me? So batch spawning, how do you make that work to spread it over time? Well, that's an interesting question, right? So I'm trying to decide how I want to store this data, but then I think that should be fine, right? Yeah. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna need to make an array. Where am I gonna make this array? I'm gonna have to make this array in the controller. Okay. What was that? My birthday is one day after Valentine's and I still only get one present that week. To be fair, my birthday passed this year without like anything really, so didn't even do a stream for it this time. I'd streamed that day, but you know. It's one more than I get. Yeah, basically the same here. I didn't get a birthday present this year. To be fair, I hate birthdays, so it's fine. You got chicken nuggies? Oh, man. Man's over here getting chicken nuggies. I don't like to do stuff at B-Day, so I may hang out with close friends like usual, but that's it. See, I don't even do that, really. This year, the only reason we kind of sort of celebrated something for my birthday is because one of my mates is like, his birthday's a week earlier than mine, and we wanted to celebrate his, and so we just kind of did a merged thing, but we mainly celebrated his. I've got too much negative experience at this point. Way too much. And it's worse now because... How do I say this without being like super depressing? I don't think there's a way to say it without being super depressing. The first person to like try and teach me to enjoy the idea of my own birthday was my ex. And I'm not gonna lie, I now have only real negative feelings in that. Like, I've forgiven them, but it doesn't solve the fact that, like, I also just don't want to deal with them ever again. And, yeah, so my birthdays have gone back to being pretty much only negative feelings again. Good times. Why should I celebrate that I'm 1 year closer to death? That's a good point. Went to my friend's party. That was 3 days before mine. Fair enough. If you remember. Oh yeah, no I do. Yeah. We have talked about that before. I treat B-Day as an opportunity to hang out with friends and get some socks and shirts from my family. See, that's the thing, Pink. I don't have a family. They're the people I'm running away from. I'd like to use it to hang out with buddies, though, but... Maybe next year I'll be in a better frame of mind and we can do, like, a stream for it again. Because I did the previous year, not this year. And that was my way of trying to see if I could keep my brain and going, but hey. Maybe I should celebrate. I mean, like, it's that whole thing of, I just don't like celebrating events. Christmas and all those sorts of things, so like, me celebrating my birthday is not much different in my eyes. So... meh to me. Death maybe will be one thing. I mean, like, that's that thing, right? Don't look at it that way. It's like, considering it a countdown is a mistake immediately. It should be a count up. It's how many years you've lived, not how many years closer to death. Because that's not how math works. I live with my parents and grandparents and siblings in the house. Fair enough. I mean, if you've got, like, a good family and you're that close together, that's great. I don't. That's the shorthand of it, right? ADHD is already making it hard for me to keep track of my schedule. I won't add the stress of organizing. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'll look this up again quickly. Let's see. B-Day is a luxury I don't deserve. It's never the good way to look at that. It's not that you don't deserve it, it's just, it's a thing, right? If you say you don't deserve something, that's you saying that, not actually anyone. Alright, here we go. Big family is nice, but it can feel suffocating, to be honest. That's fair. Did you know the probability of dying tomorrow is 50%? Because either you die or you don't. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Everything is a 50% chance to happen. It happens or it doesn't. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, so min will return the lowest value of the inputs. So batch size total to spawn and spawn counter. So base spawn amount. Yeah. Should be able to yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is if you look at it that way, no matter what, you're gonna probably look at things negatively. Gotta change that outlook. Yeah, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Where is this value meant to be set? So we're looking for batch size, number of enemies spawn per frame. Okay. How many enemies per frame do we want to probably spawn? 5? 5 probably is safe. Okay, and then save not to blow the code up, especially knowing that I think it's, what is this, a 30 or a 60 FPS game? I can't remember. 60 FPS. So that's 5 enemies per frame. That's still an insane amount, but it should plateau it a little bit more. Alright, is the game engine frame-based, not delta time or tick-based? It is frame-based, but I can use whatever I want. So again, most of the time we're dealing with step event. Step event is frame, right? I use a lot of time sources, which is basically a way that I can determine if I want it delta time or frame. It is not tick-based in any way, though. It's either frame or it's delta time. Technically not delta time, but technically delta time. Under the hood, it's all delta time. If it's, but if I go to like a time source, I think there's probably one around here somewhere. Maybe. No, not here. Weapons are dealt with time source. Time sourcing is literally just like, I set up a time source and tell it what unit to use, either frame or seconds, and it'll do, it'll activate based on that timing. That architecture. So that's why it's like, technically that's a delta time one, but it looks like it's not on the top. Have I watched Solo Leveling? I read the entire thing. What was your opinion on it? I read the entire thing as well. I originally read it, and when I stopped reading it, I was up to date at the time. And what had happened was, it was after I'd beaten the dragon. Like that special dragon that he tried to resurrect, but only could have it for a little while. It was kind of around then was where I caught up to date and it was stopped. I watched the series, I enjoyed it, I thought it was pretty solid. Honestly, I went into it thinking a lot worse of it because of just the weakness that transposing media to a different form always struggles, especially when the big selling point of Solo Leveling was its utilization of the fucking utilization of being a manhwa, right? Or the webcomic thing. I'm just gonna... Alright. So yeah, that was me going into it. And I think it did a decent job for being an anime version of it. Alright, where was we? I think it's probably writing something wrong right now. There's no unified delta function. Not really, no. I haven't read it. The anime was okay-ish. I think the webcomics is better. Kind of like Darwin's Game. Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot better. Doing that way. Woman, showrunner, back on Steam. Yes, the art and the panel work was a strong, exactly. They did a decent job, all things considered. I'm not gonna, like, shit on them for that. I'm just gonna say that, like, it's the weakness of trying to do that stuff. I'm suspended, right? No. No, I just deleted your comment on YouTube. Because I thought that was highly inappropriate, and if I see that shit again, I'm going to say goodbye to you. Just saying. I didn't want to draw attention to it, but, you know. What comment? It doesn't matter. I take Thor's approach with things, where just get rid of things if you don't agree with them. In the sense of, like, if someone's just going to be a dirtbag or someone's going to say highly inappropriate stuff, just get rid of it. It's not worth your time. don't engage with it. And that's kind of what I have with most of it. That's why I, like on Twitch, the door-to-door salesman shit that happens all the time. I'm normally not very nice about that. I saw the English voice actor saying the line "Arise" is wakey wakey. It was very funny. Yeah, no, he had a lot of fun with that role. He was a really good bloke about it. I loved it. I think he did a great bit of fun with it. I'm just here to say you don't look old. I will take that as a compliment. I will take that as an absolute compliment. He said, wake up, it's time. Wake up, it's time for school. Tell that to the bug. That'd be great. Do you take questions? Yeah, I'm always down for questions. Gotta always, let's see. Had so much fun saying it. Kinda jealous, that's fair. I wrote a response to who where I explained content or never heard of her. Yeah, no, it's not worth responding to those sorts of people, right? Because it's just like, at that point in time, you're engaging with someone that just wants to farm engagement. Don't waste your own time. Because they don't give a shit. Can you walk through your workflow for planning out game mechanics or level design? Actually, that's an interesting one. So I don't talk about that very often. I'm very indie with how I handle a lot of things in this, and it's good and bad for that. I'm very rough with my designing, but for example, this level here, when we finally were deciding to, well, I was finally deciding to design my map more cohesively, I went through like 4 or 5 little quick drawings, then I would play around with it, then I would make it in here, see how it felt, and play from there. Again, because I'm solo dev, that's kind of the approach, is see how that goes. That's the best way, I think. When it comes to a mechanic, again, it's kind of I'm not even kidding. I have a text, I have a notebook next to me right here, right? And do you have any idea how often I'm just like writing my mechanics in here, kind of just to put it out on paper, or I have it in my note stock? And that's just a great way of getting an idea down and then doing the old talk to the rock, right? I don't have the rock, I have a little herter that I will talk to on my desk and explain a mechanic so I understand it better, because that's always an important way of doing it. Also, I have chat, so that helps. Alright. Check my head, just farm engagement with nice constructive comments. Exactly! Why can't we be more positive? Have a lot of energy, respect that. It's always good to have a good bit of energy. I have some suggestions on VTuber abilities. Do you want to hear some of them? I'm always down to hear some, honestly. Like, 100%. I've said this before. There is a limit to how much I can design. If we go to this, I'm not even saying all of this is locked in, right? Like, I've reworked Mume several times. I even reworked her recently again. To no longer have a damage thing on level up, but just get a pickup range, which I thought was way more interesting. Because it fit her kit a bit more cohesively. And if you see a character in this list of ideas, and you go like, ooh, I have an idea, I'm always interested, because, yeah. It's really hard to come up with all of the ideas. It really is. So hearing stuff is always useful. Alright, bow. Summons wolf that runs from enemy, to enemy, dealing some damage. barking that makes enemies turn away in disgust or discomfort. Main weapon, throwing blueberry projectiles. Ooh, I actually kind of like the idea of the barking thing, right? Because, like, I don't have a fear mechanic in the game. I wonder how I would do a fear mechanic. We could do a fear mechanic, even though it's, like, obviously disgust in that context. I do like the idea of something like that, right? The move away from target point. So I'm gonna write that down. See, this is why I say, give me ideas, because even if I don't take 100%, there's still something. What inspires you to what inspired you to start making games, and what keeps you motivated to continue? Ooh, that's actually really interesting. So I did a lot of programming when I was younger, did jobs with it and stuff like that. And simply put, last year, I started looking at stuff like Pirate Software and Mort Dog from Riot Games, and I was just like, I really enjoy these people. I think this is kind of where I want to go. I did like the idea of making a game when I was younger. Thought that was cool. So I was trying to decide what I wanted to do because I just finished my other degree, and I decided to kind of play around with game dev and started a degree in game dev. I'm currently on pause on it and probably not expecting to go back to it. And yeah, no, I think that's probably the shorthand of what got me into making it. I just wanted to make stuff. There's a lot more to what I'm making this game in particular. Melis is an ancient millennial. You. I think the shorthand of this one I always describe as I was playing Vampire Survivors like really early on in its stages, and I was watching Iron Mouse while doing it. I'm like, man, I wish I could make a game around Iron Mouse. And then, like, I kept thinking on that, and then Holocure, like, got shown. Like, I saw that for the first time. It was really early on as well. Like, that was back when it was only the beginning cast. And I was like, oh, the idea of doing that. And then I started thinking about it. I kind of wanted to do Vox as well, because I really enjoy watching his content. And it just kind of spiraled out from there, and that was an idea. And I always shelve those ideas because I'm like, oh, I'm never going to make a game. Boom. I then decided to start making games, and this is what I ended up with. I wanted to make a Vampire Survivors clone. What keeps me motivated? I'm just very self-motivated, I guess. I really want to see this game to completion. That's the big one. Like, genuinely, that's the main stuff. I'm really weird with motivation, though. I'm happy to hear you're so full of positivity. I try. I feel like that's everyone, right? I try. I don't think there's anyone that's like hugely not positive to some regard, right? Quad array. What is the quad array again? Is it just called quad array? Let's see. I'm not a beginner, but I'm a beginner. I like to do game dev. Then that means you're a game dev. That's how it is. There's no definition really of beginner or anything like that. You're a game dev. Sure, it's easy to say, like, definitely early on. That's how that is, right? That's why you always play as Iron Mouse. I'm not even kidding, that's part of it, yeah. Iron Mouse was the core of this game's idea, so she's the one that I default to a lot. Right, Shibidoki, Gremlin Energy. She gets a random temporary speed buff, frequently based on crit chance. Scram that confuses enemy. Her fans can throw TTS bits at enemies from off screen. I actually kind of like that. How to become a game dev? Just say I'm a game dev. That's not even that far off, Nya. You know that, right? Like, this is the misunderstanding. Like, people that do DMing for D&D or like have considered it, like all that, you're a game dev. Oh, you made a little paper game with your mates, you're a game dev. There's no... Putting a scale on what a game dev is the mistake. So yeah, no. Game dev. Game dev is fun. It is a very cool creative outlet. And I think a lot more people can definitely appreciate that. But some people gatekeep information. I agree with that, and that is upsetting. I do appreciate, though, we're now in an era where that is way less problematic, because, like, especially with like Thor Pirate Software, with YouTube in general, there is so much information available, right? Like, so much available. We're in a golden age for indie development. You can easily make stuff. Is it going to be successful? That's an argument in its own right, but you can at least make stuff, and that's the important thing. Make things. Make games. Be cool. Have fun. Also, yes, I agree, Milo. Comment on the Java thing. Fuck you now for using Java. I don't care, you don't get a choice. Java fucking deserves to die in the hole that it came from. Fillion weapon, VR remote, special move, backflip stunts. I'm not gonna lie, right? I think we talked about this before, is that Fillion's weapon, was what we're gonna probably do is we're gonna just yoink Neura's one, because it's throwing Vedal is the weapon. So I thought that was amazing. How do you handle feedback from players or testers, especially when it's critical? That's actually a really cool point to talk on, and I have a great example of this. So I've had a few people play the game at this point, because we do have it up on the itch. And a lot of people have been really cool and positive about it. Like, I've gotten a lot of cool things, and here, this is a list of literally just like me noting down what people have said, what people have responded with, and all that sort of stuff, and I just keep it here. And I've already worked on a lot of these things. I had a streamer play it, and he doesn't like Vampire Survivors at all, but he gave me some really good information on what I should and shouldn't do. Some devs just ignore. Yeah, and it's tragic to hear that that's the case sometimes, but like, there's a level of you do listen to some, don't listen to some, but you kind of need to read it to know what you're listening to. You can see very quickly if it's just unproductive. But like what you've got here, you can see like there's boss kill count visible. This hasn't been added yet, but I'm planning on adding this very soon when we get the stuff fixed for that. This was a big one. Like we found that like it was just too easy, just in general. I saw specific weapons not working well. I had better feedback around bosses. This is actually a huge one we worked on. Better spawn logic. We fixed most of this. Things like that. So you can see here, like, it's tiny little bugs that I was seeing and things that they were commenting on, and I learned a lot from that. That's why I play the game randomly from time to time, and that's why I'm fixing what I'm fixing at the moment. Fillion can have a crush out ability, damage herself, and gets a boost to her stats. Self-damage leading game over could be an achievement. That would be fucking funny. Let's see. Fillion broken controller boost, less health, more damage, or something like that. Actually, I like. There's a mixed thing with having those sorts of things, though. You always want to be careful. But I do like that idea. Dev that takes notes that is usually more passionate. I will partly agree with that. I'm not going to say that you can't be passionate, but it's definitely a good sign of passion. If I ever release my game, or read every comment I get on the game, that's fair. Sorry to you YouTube fans who I can't interact with. I'm reading their messages. I mean, just use the on-screen chat and you can basically interact from there, right? Seeming to work out perfectly fine. Now, I was gonna double check. So it's enemy spawn locations. That's what I've called it. Had a moment to try to remember. Coords array. And then I need... This is the spawn target stuff, right? Yeah. Spawn target X. Spawn target Y. And then inside the for loop, we spawn them. Okay. Alright. Sporting fans of old man, I like that. Now I'll tell you game dev programming pro tip. The one about talking alone. Oh wait, what, this one about talking alone? What are we talking about with that? Sorry? Because I have Herder on my desk that I talk to. But like I do talk to myself alone quite a bit. It's easy. Call him daddy and I said it in Discord. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, I've talked about that before. The problem is, regardless of my actual age in the group or anything, I often get called the dad of a group. So that just leads to many a jokes long term. Valiant can use Beetle as a melee weapon. Just thought of that. Well, it's because that's why I say, like, the idea with Filian's weapon is going to be just it yoinks Neuro's one, which Neuro's is, if we go back in here, I believe I've got it written down in here. Neuro, Beetle Yeet. Throw a spinning turtle shell that after a short delay returns in the direction it was thrown. So I have that. So I'll just like give her that. It'll be funny. How do you break down a large project into manageable tasks and stay on track? I'd like to say I do. I can't even say that I do that on a regular basis. The problem at the moment, I am working on the UI. The UI is the main thing that needs to be worked on. And right now I'm working on enemy spawning. It's kind of... my mentality is fix the thing that's in front of you that is most important and kind of have a valuing system. That's a big one, right? And the valuing system has it, like the UI, it's mostly working. The key stuff is, it's great. Spawning is actually causing lag, it's causing issues, potentially long-term ones. I need to resolve this immediately. We're finding an answer. Batch spawning. So that's pretty good. I mean, I often get confused for older than I am too. Yeah, it is like that. The project I did with artists only. Oh yeah, so that's a good example as well of kind of managing yourself out with groups. So that one. So while I was doing my degree, one of the semesters, I won't go too far into it, but like one of the semesters I was kind of dogged on with group stuff. Now, in the degree I'm doing, it is mainly around game dev. I was part of the programming side, and then there's obviously artists as well, and they are specifically mainly around art, but they do a little bit of programming, and vice versa. Same with programmers, we do a little bit of art, but not much. Mainly design decisions. Now, when doing two of the games, this same situation kind of happened, and what happened was I was basically the only programmer, so I had to do a lot of stuff. Now, the second one was actually making a actual game. The first one was making kind of like a fake game. Not a fake game, a physical game, like card games and stuff. We made it in tabletop, it went fine. I had to basically program a game in about 6 weeks. 6-ish weeks, something like that. Which was really intense. So what I ended up doing, because I'm very much like delegating a lot of things, is I coded in a way that was most readable for people. And I got one of the artists to join in on the programming. They were not well experienced, but they learned a lot during that process and was really, really good. So it meant that I basically had to put in like 20% extra work, but it meant that I had to do 40% less work. Which is a really important thing when you're dealing with a group. People that, when I'm writing stories or stuff like that, Look at the picture on the wall. That's fair. Yeah. I wish I could help with the organizing stuff, but I'm very bad and somehow end up. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Can I ask questions related to education? I'm definitely a person that you can ask that with. The previous degree I did was all around education. Right. My older sister is currently doing a 5-star rated boot camp as a software development. She has 6 months support after the boot camp ends, which will get her interviews and apprenticeships. What do you think she should do? I mean, shorthand is try and find good entry-level jobs to just learn and find out during that time what you want to do. That's the big thing, because we're in an era where like jumping from job to job's not abnormal. Highly recommend it. Look for the best job, because at the end of the day, your job is to make you money to facilitate you doing what you want to do. Don't think of it any other way most of the time, because it's just safer that way. And that's why you can kind of create a bit of a distance, and it's not good, but it works. Again, like this is kind of like what Thor gives for his advice, where it's just like what your passion is and what your job is should try and be kept separate if you can. But at the end of the day, job is to make you money to give you the ability to do the stuff you want to do. That's the definite thing. If she wants to go into like game development or anything particular in their field, again, any experience early is more important than finding specifically what you want to do. Get experience in the field loosely and leverage that into getting places, because realistically most jobs actually care more about experience than they do about qualifications. And I think, yeah, you'll probably somewhat agree with me on that, and as well with your experience. And I know we've got Yost in the server as well, from the server me and Yara from, where he's actually like quite high end, and he just jumps around fairly often. It's a very important thing to be able to do. Not the only one trying apprenticeship. If I don't get mine before the end of December, my school's gonna be expensive as fuck. Ugh. Yeah, that's never pleasant. But like QA jobs are fairly consistently around the place, so that's always a good one to look into. Looking international is also a very important thing nowadays, because like a lot more jobs are doable from home, so that's always important. Though some places will not aim for that, which is kind of annoying. Being polyvariant is very, yeah, exactly, right? It's like being able to accommodate and be able to do stuff is very, very important. It's about flexibility a lot of the time as well, like that sort of aspect of it. I use a website where I got paid to hack companies so they can see failures in the system. Oh yeah, I know a few of those. Good old cybersecurity. I've done some bounty programs myself. Would it be worth getting into entry level or apprenticeship? I'm behind my sister. I mean, the short answer is whichever is more possible. Like, again, it's do a job for a year. Not even that if it's treating you like shit. Try and find something. I know that's not always the case that's easy in some countries, admittedly. I know, like, for example, in Japan, it's very famous. You kind of, if you sign up for a place, you're supposed to work there for the rest of your life. They still have systems to kind of help prevent that, but so I know that some countries that's not quite as easy, but just finding anything really that's as easy as possible and as entry level as you can get, which the problem is that that's very thing, but just be willing to scrape the bottom with some of the things. That's why I say like QA is a really good way of getting in, because QA is pretty low level, not high requiring, but you learn a lot in it. I love programming and hacking and making drinks and teaching online. Fair enough. My small degree wasn't enough to find something. So, I mean, like, that's the thing. I have a full degree I have a Bachelor of Arts, major in education, which like sets me up in a really, really good way to work in educative environments, specifically theoretical education environments. So I actually applied to be a public, in the public sector. So like government policy, stuff like that. And I wasn't successful. I got a lot of interviews, but I just never got far enough. It's because it's just a very competitive market. And they wanted to experience more, which is fair. That's how that goes. That was what I did for like half a year before I went to do game dev. It was those applications. It was not pleasant. Here are all job applications, want us to be experts in everything. Yeah, that is the difficulty. I mean, as the thing is, hiring a senior is just cheaper than hiring a junior most of the time. So they want to take the cheaper, faster option. It also differs if it's manual or auto QA, which, what type of it, you know? Yeah, no, that's true. Manual QA is probably better to learn, I would argue. But at the end of the day, it's finding what's the best options, right? We have to be willing to start from the bottom right, but most people these days, yeah, no, that's the big thing. You gotta, don't think of it as a way to devalue yourself is the big thing. Because a lot of people are gonna kind of use that as a way of going like, oh, well, you think less of yourself and all that. It's like, no, I know what I'm worth, but the thing is, I need to prove that I'm worth that. So work your way out. Get all of that experience, get all this good stuff that you need, and you're set. I'm pretty bad at the moment because I'm technically not employed. I'm doing this pretty much as my full time. Which leads to a lot of stress. And also the weakness I have is I'm a workaholic. So basically shorthand is, if you see the stream times that I have, realize I'm probably working double that. Yikes. I'm a concerning individual for that. I like working. It is right of the problem that... But it's still possible to out... Yeah, no, exactly, right? It's very good words and I don't... Fair enough. I just say just started building stuff until someday people notice your worth. That's a good point as well now, right? Like that's why Git is a good thing. Creating a Git, creating a LinkedIn, all that sort of stuff, and showing people what you're capable of. I mean, fuck it. You have any idea how like lucrative as well some of the side projects can be? Doing programming, chill, having fun with that, right? It's a big deal. And I'm not going like, do it because it's lucrative. Very much not trying to make that argument. But it is always good to keep in mind. Okay, I wonder if that will work. But yeah, there's always important things to kind of, yeah, at the end of the day, just like do what you find fun, find a way to facilitate doing the thing you do that's fun. Eventually, maybe you can do the thing you find fun as a job. Unlike me, I hate art. I absolutely hate art, but apparently that's what everyone loves about my game. I'll be watching the VOD to take extra notes from you. Fair enough, fair enough. Always glad to give a hand when I can. What do you like to do? I wrote a VS Code plugin to have very basic syntax highlighting for virus signature files. Yeah, I remember. I think we talked about that at one point, right? That's really, really cool, yeah. Like, really cool. But yeah, like that there exactly is a great way of doing a lot of that stuff, is just finding things to do and making them. There's a guy that turns up from time to time, Roger. He does a lot of really cool open source work. He just makes, like, he basically makes an entire mechanic and then makes a game around it to quickly show it, and that's about it. And it's a really great way of doing stuff, because you can make some really cool stuff from that. And that can lead to some amazing games like Noita, right? Noita is its own custom engine because they wanted to have the wild physics. Roger does open source. He does a lot of stuff. I know he's done like lighting. He's done a lot of things. He's actually been like on top of a lot of like Reddits and forums a few times for some of his awesome stuff that he's done. He's gotten a lot of recognition for Godot, especially. Hardest thing in doing this sort of stuff, finding documentation. Actually doing it wasn't hard afterwards. Yeah. The whole game is just an engine. Yep. No, that's the thing with Noita. That's the thing with a lot of those sorts of games. Is like the only reason they're making a custom engine is because what they want for the game is not available to them readily on a wider scale. For Godot, you say? Yes. He's primarily Godot. We've actually played a couple of his games on stream as well, I believe. There was one of them that I was helping him test because he wanted to test it on a computer that was a little bit lower end, because my computer is kinda garbo now. Makes me sad. Wait, no, this needs to still be in the for loop. What am I doing? There we go. Never watched the Pokerogue stream? Oh, it wasn't that cursed. Why not just run a VM to try for lower end computers? Because setting that up sometimes is a bitch, is the short answer. I'll agree with that on that. It's not impossible, but it is definitely like, if you have someone that can give you advice on it and can also test the lower end and is willing, why not just utilize that, right? That was kind of the situation more. Setup is a bit, yeah. Nah, like, I think I talked, what did I do the other day? I talked about doing something on a virtual machine, and like, everyone was like, oh, it's kind of, yeah. It's like, you have any idea how irritating setting up a virtual machine is just on the fly when you're like, I need to test something? Nah, it's not something that's just like, ha ha ha, hour. It's like, no, it's evening. I can't even remember what I virtual machined. I did something though. Alright, so I need sport. What is your process for staying creative and avoiding burnout during long development cycles? That's actually a really, really interesting one, because I've gone through burnout cycles on stream a couple of times. If you ever see me go like pretty damn quiet for long periods of time and struggle with actually creating, like keeping up with chat and keeping up with topic, those are definitely my burnout moments. How do I prevent them? because I'm kind of a burn at both ends kind of guy, my answer is, I just hope something comes along to give me enough wick. At the moment, I've actually been quite blessed because I've gained attention and such from some of these larger people. I mean, we've talked about it a few times, but like even Aura GX on stream has made a comment or two towards this because we're now actually starting to get further along. So I'm not gonna lie, that stuff basically refuels me quite hugely. Before that though, it was just kind of a, oh shit, I'm just not gonna be able to do much work this week. And I basically did like, what you've seen this stream is like a fraction of what, like, I would have done a fraction of this over an entire week. That was how bad my burnout points are. And I'm just like forcing myself to work. There's a lot of other things behind the scenes as well, referring back to good old Redacted. That has definitely got me like, ooh, happy. Right. Alright, all my mates were new to Linux installing it in the past 2 weeks. 3 of them had the good old Linux early on. It's always fun. Honestly, burnout from talking to my Discord friends. Despair for weeks. I wish I could fix that myself. It's not really an easy answer to dealing with burnout, I feel. Right? I don't think there's like a perfect, oh, well, it's fine. Right? That's an important thing to kind of go with or not. I think that's my difficulty on that statement. I'm just, again, very self-motivated, so I normally just force myself to push through it, which is not a good thing to do, especially with everything that happened like last year. I had a lot of things go badly for me last year, and that really put me in a bad mentality, and I'm still kind of recovering from that. So, yeah, I think it's just finding ways to relax it out and kind of mitigate things, finding your solutions, because it is down to the individual. For instance, I need a reason. Yeah, I understand that, Miller. Right, I mean, that's the whole thing of a lot of people have a very small social battery nowadays. And that's not a bad thing. Or, well, I'm not speaking on it in a negative sense. It's just how that is. Especially with how isolated the world has gotten. Or isolating. So it's really, really rough. Yeah. What's the one feature in your current project that you're particularly excited about, and why? Ooh, what is one? I mean, the bosses are a big one at the moment, I think. The bosses are definitely a really, really big thing that I'm having fun with because I get so much design space with them. Definitely a really, really fun. I mean, I've shown on stream a few times. I'll pull them up while we kind of like talk on the matter, but so these are the characters and stuff like that. That's cool. Here's the bosses, and like not even a fraction of these are in yet. Like we've only got Party Animal and Doggo with a Knife, and Doggo with a Knife doesn't have any art assets on them. And then also Queen of Clothes is in, and they also don't have art assets. And like all of these are bosses that are intended. I fucking love these. They're such fun ideas. I'm always done. I'd say dealing with burnout and stuff, seeking professional mental help is underrated. Yes, actually, no, good point on that, Nya. 100%. I've said this to a lot of people as well. Like, at the end of the day, while I can give advice, there are certain things where it's just straight up go see a professional no matter. They're going to help you probably a lot more than me. I can tell you my advice, my experiences, and that's it, right? Like, you need to find your own answers, and the best way to do that is seeking help from a professional in the field. I'm not a professional in any field outside of education. I'm just a wild man that knows a lot of things and has experienced a fair bit, so I can give advice. Tell Sakura about the card game project. Which one? Or... Because I've got multiple card game projects I've worked on. This is the one that I'd like to work on. Friends important, therapy important, I confirm. Yes, 100%. But therapy, no, that is actually also a good point, Mello, is that like, you need more than just the one thing. It's not just going to solve everything. That's how that goes. When you say nya. Well, I mean, that's what fucking nya stone is. It's nya. That's what I say with it as well. I call them nya. It's always fun. But yeah, so that's like my probably favorite, like, excited feature is the bosses. Just because I think these are fucking wild concepts and I could do a lot with them. And there's some really stupid ones in here. Alright, final question for now. Ooh. What's the most underrated aspect of game development that aspiring developers should pay more attention to? Ooh. Shit, that's a really good question, actually. What do I think, from my perspective on the matter, is something that is... Ooh. Ooh. Ah, there's so many little things. I'm trying to think of the biggest, more, like, prevalent one. I mean, the biggest one is pacing. And scoping, I think. Scoping, actually, yeah, no, we'll go with scoping. Scoping's probably the biggest mistake I see in most cases. Like, even this game here is an example of misscoping. Scoping is huge when it comes to it, right? It is really easy to overscope. Really easy to overscope. Like, that is really important to kind of acknowledge with it. But yeah, I think overscoping's like the single most prevalent one I've seen. Am I using it? Yeah, I remember that about, yeah. I also love pixel art. Well, I hope you'll enjoy some of the pixel art I've done. I don't like doing pixel art, but I've done some. We can show a bit in a moment. I'm just kind of thinking, because if we've got this now, I'm going to have to make var... There we go. Then I'm gonna have to do a backwards search. Yeah. I'm excited to see your pixel art. I mean, one of the... Okay, let's pull up our assets, right? So this is just literally this folder has like all of the assets of the game. I'm trying to think what the main stuff I can show would be. I mean, we've got the cast image. You wanna see the cast image? What's the best one to show for it? Probably this one. There we go. I absolutely garbo at art. I'm not great at it, but I have worked pretty tirelessly on this game for the art stuff. And yeah. Want me to see my old stuff? Do I have? I have old stuff. I'm gonna have to pull up the folder separately though, because I don't want to like show too much internal documentation. Photos, images. Let's see. Yeah, that should be fine to show. These are some old images. This is back when fucking Ruby came out. That's when I was doing some of that art. This was me trying to get back into it when I did my profile thing that I've left for ages because I like it. Me just randomly drawing Gura at one point. This was me like trying to get back into art and trying to do digital art. This was something someone asked me to do. Still don't like this, but eh. Was you saying it's a favorite thing about fall? I wish it was here, is the first thing. I like colder weather, but yeah, so going into summer at the moment here is and then yeah, this is the main one that I worked on for ages that I liked. Some good old art. I like your art. I'm glad you do. I don't. I don't like my own art. The stream gets 20 likes, I'll do a film. Oh god, no. I miss a fall though. Or autumn, whatever you want to call it. I normally call it autumn. That's what we call it here. Right, so I was gonna do an array remove, so now we just put array push, array remove, index. And then we do a reverse for loop down there. Leave that for the moment while I'm trying to think on all the finer details of the spawning. So now I need to reconstruct this. Base spawn amount will be total spawn. So what we're going to do is, I think we keep that. Gonna just break out most of this. There we go. I'm so happy you didn't add TikTok. Oh god, that's fair. Most of your students have B-days in fall? That's interesting. Wait, quick, do the math. What's 9 months before fall? That's summer, right? No, summer, it'd be... Am I having a moment? I think I'm having a moment. Oh, why can't I do math anymore? I'm too tired. It'd be spring, yeah. No, right? No, it'd be... No, it'd be winter. Me, I'm having a moment. Yeah, winter. It'd be winter. So, like, there you go, there's your thing. Now also Aldi's blanking again. Hey now. Wish Google Docs would add a dark mode. Yeah, I think there's ways to force it with plugins, but I agree. It's like January, February. Okay, so if that's the case, so yeah, that's winter time in Northern Hemisphere. So there you go. Everyone's having fun at the beginning of the year in winter, and that's when you get a lot of fall kids, I guess. I'm a winter baby, but I'm not the winter baby you'd expect because I was born in June. Yeah, that's winter for me. I'm a light mode user and I'm proud of my flashback. God damn it. I'm weird. I kind of have a hybrid. It depends on what I'm working on. Because I will admit, looking at a dark screen with bright white text sometimes can really, really drain me quickly. But like you see with this game div, I'm using a dark environment for the most part, but I'm also using very dark text. So it kind of counterbalances it and makes it nice and pleasant to look at, especially when I've got a goddamn desk lamp aimed at my face. Just as a reminder, there is a desk lamp right here. There you go, you can kind of see. It's aimed right at me. If I turn it off, I go into the darkness. Aha. Can you explain how an updater works? Given the context, are you meaning just a generalized program updater? Or are we meaning internal to a program an updating function for games? Because like an updating function for a game will probably just be takes the file, compares the file, and grabs the data. You only upload what's necessary. If you've got a like actual full-fledged updater, if you're just using like generic stuff, then it will basically purge the old game and reinstall the game. There's a lot of games that'll do that. Especially indie games, because it's easier. I always wondered that. Yeah, I mean, it's down to, again, how the game functions and how large a scope that they have to work with. That's important. So. But it's, yeah, it's always important to, kind of work with that, right? It's, the best answer. I mean, like with itch is the example of probably how I'm going to continue going with it, which is where is it? Oh, then I'm starting to feel real sleepy. All good now. Catch you later. Have a good sleep. If we go into the game, there's a fun little thing if we actually go into the editor bit. Because you see how there's only like one download here? That's a lie. You wanna know why I say it's a lie? These are all of the actual files there. This is all of the files of the game that have ever been uploaded. They're just hidden. They're just straight up full-blown, this is the zip file. Which is really stupid. And it's actually really good because it means I can track exactly how big the game is and how big of improvements there have been. Why not show the full amount of downloads? You wanna know why? This is where we start getting into interesting human psychology for a moment. The person is going to look at the list, and now there is a question. Which one are they going to download? Are they going to download the top one or the bottom one? You might go, well, they'll pick the one that's got the bigger number, because that's clearly the further along. No. We're talking humans here. We're going to use psychology. They're going to pick whatever they think would be the most recent in the list. That might be the bottom, that might be the top. I don't want to have to deal with that person that downloads the game in a month or two's time and go, wow, this is really terrible. There is only text on the screen and stuff like this. Yeah, talking about this version, aren't you? That's the one that was done in September last year. It's like, oh, yeah, that is it. So I'm just going to direct you to the one that I want you to play. I'm probably going to make them all available at some point when we move to like Steam or something. So people can actually just like go through and play. It went from 5 megabytes to 145 real fast. It did not fast. That is almost a full year in time between those releases. The game changed so much in that space. There are so many things that have gone into this game since then. Very incomparable games. It's very funny. But yeah, that's the game. I'm interested in how you define versions for your game. That's a fun one. So I'm going to tell you now, the version control naming I have for my game is actually like nearly fully arbitrary. I do not need the version naming. However, I have rules that I've set myself. If we go to the create event in here, fun fact, this is my rules right here for how I do version control naming. This is the criteria that needs to be met for it. Now, is this what most games do? No. This is how I do it. I'm not going to say most games do it. But this is just in my head how I define these things. That's why it's point 0.0.0.12 at the moment, because we actually did a pretty substantial visual change recently. But it wasn't like substantial in a way that it drastically changes how your game experiences. But that's why it's again, update that can be noticed but not fully. It's like if you know the game well and you're paying attention, yeah, you'll notice it. But if you don't, then you're not going to. And at this point in time, that's why the second number is that. What's it like being in a game jam? I want to do a Halloween one. Highly recommend them. Very stressful, but that's a great time to learn scoping, right? But that's a really, really great time to learn scoping, because you're going to learn very quickly how far you can scope and how much you can get done in that time. You're going to learn the hard way. 100% of the time you'll learn that. I can't wait for version... To be fair, we're technically far beyond 12.38. We're probably in the hundreds for the fourth number. For this variant, potentially even into 13 now, because of how much UI has changed. I would consider that something worthy of putting that number up. How do you know when your game is in the alpha, beta, exec phase? That's a really interesting one. I know there's probably actual classical definitions. However, in my case, how I define it, it's kind of one of those feel things, alright? So if I was to say, call this game, so this game is early alpha. When it hits alpha is when it hits Steam. And for me, that is when I've made all of the baseline expectations of the game met. It means at that point in time, it is polish, clean up, adding new things. That is all I can really do. We are not going to change the game drastically. That is what pre-alpha is. Alpha is when you do that. You can still change things if you need to, but for the most part, the game idea is set. Beta is like taking that to the next level. And just like further going, okay, now we're really kind of locked in and we're not going to go too much of a deviation and aim to just, again, further refine, further clean up. Full release is something that I don't think this game will ever see. Delta version's gonna sweet when it comes out. Exactly, true. Many devs are often doing early access. What are your thoughts on this? I have mixed thoughts myself. I also think demos on Steam are becoming more common, am I right? Demos on Steam are becoming more common because they've actually added better functionality for that. I 100% will agree, and I think that's a great thing. Early access, I actually will agree. I have mixed thoughts on it as well. I think the important thing to acknowledge is with early access in a lot of cases, this leads to more money on the developer side, which is never a bad thing, as developers will need more money. Making a game is not cheap. Making a game is extremely expensive. Like, insanely so. If we actually go into the delving of this, I've talked about this before, if we delve into more deeply what this game here costs to make, let's take the hours I work on it and pull back from that. Realize this game can never be monetized because of legal stuff. I know that. I knew that going into it. But if we talk about the cost of this game costs in US dollars alone, because we'll use US because everyone understands that better, probably like $500 million. Paid early access is a really weird one, but I agree with it still. Because as well as a lot of people are going to make an argument, oh, well, you're just paying to be a QA. And it's like, if you're thinking of it like that and not thinking of it like I'm paying to get a game early, enjoy it, and help it develop, you're probably just being an ass. So if you think you're paying to be a QA, you're just looking at it like a dickhead, to be honest. Tried to avoid being like the devs for Garden of yeah, that's... yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I know of those games because of Kaif, Solrace Kaif. Enjoy his content, and he played through those. That's the only way I'm ever going to interact with that content. I mean, you can, but you don't need to. What do you mean with the money stuff? Or wait. Oh no, you're talking about what Kit's talking about. Yeah. But at the end of the day, right, it's like, yeah. I love that shit. I love hearing people go, like, the first game I want to make is like a World of Warcraft clone. I'm like, okay. Do you know how much that's going to cost? Oh, well, I don't really have any money. Maybe like a few thousand. Fuck, I wish. Again, this game costs, and just time spent on it alone, like probably $500,000. As a kid, I tried to make my own Terraria. I feel stupid for trying. I mean, you probably learned quite a lot from that experience, but that's kind of a point as well there, right? Is like, that's scoping. It's like, oh, I'm gonna just make the next Stardew Valley. I'm gonna make the next, fucking this game or that game. It's like, just make a game. just make a game. This is a Vampire Survivors clone. I admit to that. But is this Vampire Survivors? No. It's very different. It's a celebration of VTubers. First serious game I want to make is a Gran Turismo tech demo. That's fair. I already put in 1 million on graphics and lessons. Oh god. Yeah. Should I add multiplayer early development or late development? Depends on the game. That's a... Oof. Make the next Dark Souls. Exactly. Hello, Slobbercat. Come here. Don't want you slobbering on me while I'm... Okay. But yeah, no, to the multiplayer thing, for example, this game is actually intended to be multiplayer. I've added some soft functionality to prepare for when I'm going to add it. But, yeah, it depends on the game. It 100% depends on the game. If the game is like Stardew Valley, for example, like just using as a loose example, you don't need multiplayer to begin with, but you can design with it being an option for data space and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, that's important to keep in mind. That's about it. Make the next Fortnite with Brawl Stars? Yikes. I'll make you make it, you said it, you made it, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Always have fun. Just make games. Just have hobby. Hobby, make game. BRB, I'll make the next Minecraft. Yeah. Base spawn amount is the name? Leave it at that for the moment. I prefer co-op over multiplayer personally. That's fair. I feel too many devs are making roguelikes. It feels oversaturated. Yes and no. So my statement always to that stuff is when a market is oversaturated, that's because innovation is lacking. It's nothing to do with too many people making it. It's that not enough of them are trying to innovate. And there is innovation. There is really cool innovation in roguelikes. I just think that it's not covered well enough. That's why I follow people like Wanderbot, right? He's really good for covering a lot of these things. And yeah, a lot of them are cookie cutter sometimes. But it's always interesting to see what that one person comes up with as an explorative idea. Because in a sense, this is a roguelite. Because Bullet Heaven Vampire Survivors tend to be. But I would also argue this is not incredibly unique. It is mainly selling point is the fact that it's VTubers, right? So this is Ray Push. Is this I'm gonna double check this. Alright, make the next Roblox, jeez. What do you think makes good horror in your own personal opinion? See, I'm gonna say this now before we go too far into this conversation. I'm probably definitely the wrong person to ask for horror. I've talked about it on stream a few times. I don't enjoy horror. I don't actually get scared by almost any horror game I've played. It's just a thing, and I just don't like loud noises. That's why I don't like most horror movies as well. Like, this is something that translates to pretty much all forms of media. But in saying that, I have had a few horror games that I've enjoyed. One really good example is early Dead by Daylight. That game was fucking terrifying and it was great. I loved playing that. I enjoyed it so much. Why? Because it's atmospheric. You have the fact that the killer gives you a heartbeat when it's closer and it gets more and more intense. Means your heartbeat kind of comes to match that. There's elements that need to go into a horror game that isn't just scare the person, it's make them feel uncomfortable. That is the important thing that gets missed. That's why I liked the first It movie of the more recent ones, right? The recent like redos. They did the second one, I didn't really like that one, but the first one was great. That was I call that a 10 out of 10 horror movie. I don't like horror. I didn't get scared during it, but that was what horror movies should be. Is it's a situation where it's unsettling, it's uncomfortable, you don't know what the fuck is going on, and you just kind of can't follow along with this sort of stuff. That is a good horror. That is incredibly good for it. And the best way to do it. Not like Outlast or any of those where it's just like big scary man chases you around a room, because those games for me divulged into I just don't care anymore. I run and turn down the volume. Oh, I ran into the dude? Okay, I'll just reset. And that just doesn't sound fun. I think, actually, unironically enough, one of my favorite horror-esque moments in a game was it was that recent Kirby game with the Kirby car and stuff like that. That game did horror really well, and yes, I just said a fucking Kirby game did horror well, because that was like psychologically wild, and the story got really, really intense, and they had like eldritch shit going on. That was great. I love that. But that wasn't a horror game. Horror-esque, but not a horror game. Batch array. There we go. So I think that's where I'd put that on. Do you know Payday 2 has Lovecraftian elements to it too? Yes, and I think those are fucking cool. Yeah, I see so many devs seem to think copying Five Nights is the answer to good horror. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I see the charm for Five Nights, and I think it's a really, really great viewer experience kind of game. But like, fuck, I'm sorry. Having the strategic elements is cool. They're just loud jump scares and shit like that. It's like, I just want to turn the game's volume down. I'm not scared. I'm just frustrated. Lore and narrative is dope. I'll agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that for FNAF. FNAF, they've done a really cool job of making a cool setting and universe for it now at this stage. I actually really liked that the pixel art game they did recently for it, where you can kind of like travel back in time. That was really cool. I liked a lot of the stuff they did with that. Still had jump scares and stupid ones at that, but I think they did a much better job with that. But yeah, a good horror game in my eyes is just atmospheric. It makes me feel unsettled. It's not that even there's a bad guy there, it's that I'm just not... I don't want to be there. Silent Hill works for me? Yeah, Silent Hill's good. I think Silent Hill's a great example because you don't know what's out there. And that's a good thing to do. That's a great way to approach that. Make your players not actually know what's going to happen. Have you seen the movie The Mist? I recognize the name, but it's not coming to mind. The Mist movie. 2007 movie. Oh yeah, no, I 100% have seen this. This reminds me a lot of Cloverfield as well, right? Like, those movies I thought were phenomenal for that stuff. Like, Cloverfield, I think, is one of the best, like, horror-esque movies because you don't see shit. You see the experiences of the individuals, which is way more interesting and gripping. But again, like, I'm not gonna deny, I'm probably on like the slightly weird side of that. Banjo-Kazooie is good horror. Yes. There we go. Thief King. Who is Thief King? Right, so that's technically not right because it's not cluster size, it's amount spawned at a time. The cluster size is handled here. Okay, and then let's, I can probably pull it from the controller. A horror theorist YouTuber? Oh, that's always an interesting one. There we go, that's what I needed. Go here. And then... battery. Right. Imagine a streamer overdose style game about mouth. Oh, God, that'd be fun, wouldn't it? Maybe when we're a little bit more famous, we can make one for fun, right? Did you watch The Platform? The Platform. The Platform. 2019 movie. No, I don't think I've seen this one. That doesn't look familiar. Oh God, these images though. Wild. Oh. Okay. Interesting. So I'm trying to think what I may have missed with doing this. I don't think I've missed anything, right? Let's try and see what happens. There's a couple of things I can think of. I guess Alice in Wonderland would fit your criteria because it's the what's going on thing. Yes. 100%. It's make an experience that makes me unsettled and like thinged, and that's what I would call a good horror. Admittedly, that makes more things go into horror than probably should. Okay, here we go. Crash. What is the crash? Okay, that's fine. We can do something about that. That's clearly an issue where I need to do controller. Oops, this is the wrong place to be doing that. Controller enemy. Battery. There we go. You mean Nikki is an experience of a lifetime? Like the I love that game. Some people call it a walking simulator. See, there's a game that I wanted to play. I watched RT play it. I still think I can get away with playing it. Which is Journey. And Journey looked really fascinating to me because that is just a walking simulator game. But it's, as the title dictates, it's about the journey, not the destination. And I really, really like that idea. I think that's a really cool thing to do. It's the same with like Death. Is it Death Stranding? What is the Kojima game with that one dude? Can't remember. Okay, enemies are not spawning currently. That's fine because I don't think I'm actually running the thing, but that means it didn't crash. Good thing. Process, spawn, batch. Let's go to controller. Go into step maybe. And then toss it in here. Death Stranding isn't walking sim, it's something more like ETS2 in my opinion. Okay. Spider-Man, he's one dope dude. Dude, Spider-Man's... I liked the Spider-Man game I played, the first one on the PlayStation. The recent ones. That was cool. That was just swinging simulator and occasional beat 'em up. Alright, let's see if the game breaks after 4 seconds. Aha! What? array remove. That's currently in scope. The others is not. Just one target. Okay, let's play around. What's your thoughts on people liking head pads? Head pads are great. I've noticed games on cats will always do well no matter what. My sister has success with that. I definitely won't disagree. I mean, it's probably because it's just, there's not very many games that are based around cats as a predominant thing. And people kind of just like cats. I have a cat sitting on my lap right now. I like cats. Cats are awesome. Batch size and batch array are coming up as undefined. Ah, that's why that's an issue. Because I'm an idiot. Good. I love being an idiot in programming. It's one of my favorite pastimes. There we go. I've noticed that spiders in video games are missing so many features that could make them more terrifying, such as actual web mechanics. Yeah. No, I think that's it's actually a very valid thing. Like, in a lot of those sort of like, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids games, right? Most of the time spiders are just big things that chase you around. It's less that they trap you. And I think that's definitely something that's missing. I think that'd be kind of cool to see. Okay, what did it crash by next time? I think it's a very interesting thing to kind of play around with, is like potentially actually having web trapping mechanics. One fun fact, first time I actively participated in a VTuber livestream, I was sitting in the woods near a military base, stealing their Wi-Fi to watch it. That is a fucking wild story. I love that pig. That's so good. Fuck, what is the first VTuber livestream I ever watched? Now you're making me think about it. I think it was... Who was it? Was it... Who was it? What's the worst horror movie and movie you've ever seen? Worst movie I stand by is that one from a book. And I can't remember the fucking name of it. It's like Jupiter Ascends or something like that, I believe. It has a line in it that was even the fucking internal dialogue is like, wow, that was this really stupid line. It's like, no, it was just, no. I like dogs. Ugh. That movie was actually just, I couldn't enjoy that experience. Worst horror movie? Fucking... Trying to think of one that I can't at least laugh at. That's the problem, is that like most horror movies I can enjoy by laughing at them. There's very few that I just straight up was like, I'm gonna turn this off. Like Sharknado, right? I shit on that movie to the end of days, but yeah, I don't know. Probably just one of the many fucking like franchise ones where they've done it to death. Probably one of like the fucking not Freddy. I liked most of the Freddy movies. They're all bad. But Saw's pretty shite. Bet Iron Mouse or Guru. That's probably what it would be the case. My first VTuber was Noomi. Hell yeah. What did the previous idea? Let's see. So that was I thought, why not dig into the military character? Mix some elements from no concept. I've got some ideas. I'm incorporating them into life. That sounds pretty cool. I see no issue with that at all. That sounds like a solid thing. Selected index. Oh, it's returning the index, not the actual coordinates. That's big brain. So that would be this. And this. Let's see. Does anyone know any tools to crop GIFs? I need to crop a GIF. Fuck it, not off the top of my head, to be honest. I normally get like people to do it for me, or I'll just Google something and pick whatever the first thing I find on Google is. Or go through them and find one that works. And crash. That's not a crash, that's a freeze. Big difference. That's important. There we go, that's a crash that time. Oh, no, it is pulling the thing. Okay. Chords array, let's look at the variables. Alright, let's see. Mel, if the game crashes or lagging out the stream, are they? Oh no. It's not too surprising though. Smashes my computer pretty heavily with a goddamn sledgehammer. Okay, chords array returns that. DS quartz array. Yeah, so that. Fine weighted, the enemy creation. Yeah, so why is there only one entry? What? All right. What do you think makes a good water-themed level? Water-themed level. I mean, I loved Subnautica. It's a big way of kind of like probably defining from there. I liked how a lot of its kind of stuff worked. There's a way to do it, but there's also some moments that were just kind of frustrating. I'm gonna go to sleep. Catch you later, Kit. My pride grocery is nice. I feel it's mobility. Mobility is a big one, right? I think. Okay. Illegal array use. Oh. Yeah, I think that was what I saw there. I need to go back to here, and I need to undo this, because I think I misunderstood something. Hopefully this works. Once we get it working, we need to see it in the devlog as well, and see what like the debugger graph shows, the frame rate and such, how affected it is. Right, 4 seconds. Nothing spawning. Oh no, enemies are spawning. There's enemies over here. There's enemies over there as well. Which is not where they're supposed to be. I think the weight is completely buggered in it. It's weighing them too far away. So I'm seeing stuttering. A very light stuttering. Yeah, so it's... The spikes are still there every 4 seconds, but they're way lower. Because they're probably paced out a significant bit better. Fact is, I'm just not seeing enemies though. So, find weighted nearest. So... Hmm. Problem with this design that I have is I don't have a lever. I don't see. That was one of the mistakes I have for this. If it was your choice, what would you choose as the color coding for your code? Ooh, that'd be an interesting one. I mean, my short answer on that will probably come down to simply, why would I recolor it? Because I did that with Warframe, right? As I recolored the entire game, and now it's actually kind of difficult to understand sometimes. I don't have a preference. So as long as it's easy and readable and understandable, like here it's pretty good that orange means that it's some sort of functionality, right? Red means it's an absolute, or it means it's a fuck, I'm blanking on the word. It's a set variable by the program. Yellow means it's local. Blue means it's just a natural variable, stuff like that. If I was to recolor it, probably wouldn't change it too much, because I just switch between programs and use whatever works best at the time. Ugh. That's what I do with like Visual Studio. Alright, not Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, big difference. I like FPS too. Like sandbox games. Yeah, that's fair. Sandbox games are great. There's a lot of cool ones nowadays. Okay, how about... Is it here? I'm just gonna do this for now. And then we'll do J. Oh no, J plus 10. Do that. All right, where were we at? Farming Simulator series. Yeah, pretty good. So I made a horror themed one. Ooh, that sounds kind of funny. Those old 3D platformers, and they show you something out of reach. Dude, I stand by. I hate platforming in all video games. I suck ass at it. I'm never gonna get better at it. I've come to accept that. Mouth wouldn't like Mirror's Edge. I didn't really like Mirror Edge, no. I did play through it all. I didn't really enjoy it too much. This feels like a Steam project. What do you mean by Steam project? If I may ask. They'll be on Steam in the best way possible. Ah, yes. Well, I mean, that's the intention. I'm hoping that that's possible before the end of the year, but the likelihood is low, to be honest. Okay. That's working now. Enemy spawning is working. We just need a better bit for this code here. Which is probably doable. In fact, I want to see a lazy answer. There we go. Really lazy answer for the spawning. Getting the randomization for it. Let's see how this feels. But yeah, there is a planned Steam release. I still haven't fucking done the roadmap, like, properly. We still had this fucking shitty one that I did at one point on a video. And I literally did it like 5 minutes before the video, and I drew it in paint. And it's just lines. Okay, that is way smoother than I was expecting. Holy shit. Like, again, you can see where the spike of the spawn is here. I realized that was like maxing out before. That's so nice. Mobile release when? When Hell freezes over. I don't know. Oh, that is so nice. Oh my god, that took fucking ages, but it's so nice. Oh, okay. Enemy spawning, way better now. There is a problem. We'll fix that in a moment. And that will be... Where is that going to be located? That's in scripts. Yeah. Okay, Do we think the boss will spawn like this? Like, fine? Probably not. So... Find... Nth nearest chord. Grab all of that. And then nth can be... I'm trying to do the math in my head again. Let's see how that looks. So now we need to get to 450 kills. Let's just do a good old Spell out the build. So we can just get the kills easier. Gotta love dev testing, huh? Oh god, this movement speed. I bet that's reflection and multi-holic triggering. Oh, ah! This feels really weird to have this much movement speed. The control over the player is actually kind of rough at this point. How much movement speed do I have? Fucking 5. Yeah, that's why. It's basically double the baseline of most of the characters. More than double. I can outrun EXP, let's go. That would be the boss. What? Did the boss not spawn? Is 100 too big a number for it to do? Shouldn't be, right? Let's pull up this because this is gonna show us better as well. So we need to get to, it's 900 now kills, I believe. By the way, this is just reminding me, I want to make something in a second with the EXP. Remind me to change their flight speed. Okay. Yep, boss is failing to spawn. Interesting. So what if we put it at like 50, I guess? Ayo, what's this engine? This is Game Maker. Game Maker Studio. Or Game Maker Studio 2, I think is what this one's officially classed as. That's a good one for, doing, like, specifically low-end indie, right? Especially if I'm just on my own. OGML, nice. Hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. Okay, let's just do the same thing we did a second ago, just to speed things up. So I notice on hand reveal there is a missing space. Remind me about that in a second. Actually, I'll do this because the game will be fine AFK. Hand reveal space. And also X. There we go. Nice to meet more easy people. Nice. Always good. But yeah, no, fair enough. Fair enough. Alright, alright, we're about to hit the number. We're gonna break the game again. That little Karibo. I forget that he turns up. It's great. Yeah, it's still not spawning, eh? Oh, I see why. Wow, I'm an idiot. That would probably be the reason why it's breaking. Right. Sakura Storm broke the game. Iconic. Yeah. Oh, ironic. Sorry. Yeah, I agree with it. So I can't guess if you got the redacted note in your notebook. Do I have anything about redacted in my notebook? I have, like, I think, loose references to it. That's about all. So, return will return to the start of the branch, or break, will just do nothing. So, in most situations, when you're using return or break, they basically function the same. Yeah, if you've got, like, a function and you go and you call return, it will just cut the function there, typically. Can't say that for every language, but in most cases. Break will break you out of the current loop that you're in. For GML specifically, it's only for loops. So if I'm doing a for loop, if I'm doing a blah blah blah, it will only do it for that. So if I told it break on repeat, it will break out of the repeat. If I did break here though, it would just break. Like the game would just not run. It would tell me no. Okay, let's see if this one works. I think 50's too close. I think I do actually want 100. We'll see. But yeah, return works more or less the same. That's why, like, if you put return equals 0 or -1 at the very end of a function, and then just have a bunch of conditions checking for things, and they'll return at that point, that's actually always your safety net, right? It's a good way to do it. Level 44 should be strong enough. Also, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's the mirror force, isn't it? From Grandfather's deck? Does that not latch to the player correctly? Interesting. To be fair, Grandfather's deck is super buggy. It still doesn't have its description put in correctly. Go me. Okay. Because again, we just need to be strong enough to get to the boss. That's all we need, because we need to see if the boss spawns. I need to find the bunny spawn. So with how I do this, we've actually been working on it getting reworked today. I do basically set forward a kind of a list of things to spawn. Kind of like I send an array, struct to an array, and then it will just pull that array. I have separate units made. Cool, bosses spawn now. They spawn too close. That's what we expected. Cool. But yeah, I've got like unit definitions and everything. So if we go to enemy creation, you'll see in here, there, enemy unit list. It goes through and then we'll push that to be put into the spawn process. Pixel art animation is the most difficult part, right? When it comes to pixel art. It's that and also maintaining detail. Because you need to put as much detail in as possible, but you're obviously extremely limited. So what I'll always use, actually a recent example we can use for a character we've done up that's not in the game properly yet, they just got assets in, is Matara. So Matara Khan is this. If we use here as a reference point, this is what she actually kind of looks a little bit more like. You see how she's got like two brooches and then this like ribbon part that comes down? There's the two brooches. That's the ribbon part there. You can kind of see it, but you kind of can't. So it's finding that like middling ground with a lot of that. Admittedly, I also have a lot of templating that I've made that makes a lot of this much easier to do. So you can see here, I've got like very specific stuff. If we actually go into here, you'll see I've got a template. And this is basically what every character is underneath this, everything. So if we actually, like if you look at this, see it at that speed, right? And then we look at this is slightly slower. That's literally the same animation. Have you ever tried 3 colors technique? I have. I'm just bad at remembering to do it. I need to do more shading and stuff. That's something I fail at a lot. There's a couple of characters I've actually like worked really hard to make sure I do that stuff with. Aura is a good example of me actually putting in a lot of the extra effort. And you can see very closely there's some stuff there. And, yeah. She's one that I've put a lot of effort into because she's very much one of those, poster girl characters. I mean, at the moment, she is literally one of my main poster girls. In the game, when it's actually launched, it's the thing. Is there here on a second layer? So if we go into here, if you see down the very bottom, I don't know how easy it is to see, you'll see I've got a bunch of layers for each individual part. So eyes are one, the head is one, here, which there's no here for this one, is the clothes is one normally, and then the body is one. This means I have a lot of control over how I do like skin tone, how I do some of the shading, how I do a lot of the stuff. Here is typically one. If I pull up player characters, we can actually go look at the updated version of her in here. So you'll see that, yeah, the hair is its own layer. Completely, so bald. But it's not a second layer inside of the game, because while that's doable, that's a lot of sprite space that gets used up very quickly. And can lead to just excessive memory usage, which is why I've avoided doing pieced together ones. Even though there has been a suggestion, I think Milo, you suggested that like last week. And just, yeah, it's pure and simply loading in this here, which is what aura is. Like, this is literally all that aura is in the game, is these 4 things, like, for the idol, is a lot cheaper on the game in general than loading in, like, the hair, the head, all that sort of stuff separately. Because that's just a lot of excessive space usage. It's not bad to do, but it's not necessary. And the game's already more than inflated in a lot of spaces, especially like these splash arts. These splash arts are 256 by 256. These are 32 by 32. They're very, very small most of this game. In fact, the majority of the game is under 64 by 64 spacing. I think some icons are at 64 by 64, some are 32 by 32. I don't typically use 16 by 16, because at that point in time I'm just losing too much quality. But I know like this, for example, this is one of the smallest assets in the game. This is an 8 by 8 sprite. It's our EXP crystal. And that's just because, like, what's the point in having that any bigger? There's no definable advantage to having it bigger. That's the big important part for it. Oh, okay. So we managed to actually get, like, that one big thing done for today. The, spawning system. Will there be a boss where you can shoot the legs off? I'm not against the idea of, like, a boss that has parts to it. A segmented boss. Definitely worth exploring. 100%. At the moment, not on the docket. That, again, is that a statement of not at the moment. If we look at bosses at the moment, though, I mean, Quantum Slime's kind of got a bit of it to go into it. So maybe we could do something there. Other than that, I don't think of anything. I have to say this, but have you even considered making some of the terrain be hazard? I've noticed the games like this don't innovate enough. So with that, right, we have something that can kind of immediately use to talk on that, right? So if we go into scripts, we have a grouping here called modifiers. You can't see this in game at the moment, mind you. We have the swamp. Yeah, we do have the swamp planned, but like in game, so something that's hidden at the moment because we don't have the UI set up. The new UI is not set up to show this. Do you know why there's 3 portals? So I'm gonna drag this over here a little bit. The game's not liking the fact that I'm dragging it while it's loading. But do you wonder why we've got 3 portals? Well, that's because they all go to the same location, but they've got different modifiers attached to them. At the moment, we've also got this here, where I can use this to, well, it's not working correctly because of some systems, but this will effectively change your modifier value that you can work with. Some of these modifiers are as simple as quick start, gain +1 level at the beginning of the thing. Healthy, gain 100 health. Experience. We'll be able to add modifiers and custom similar to PoE. You won't be able to, they will be random. And that's kind of the big charm of this, is that it's going to be random every time you can go into the runs. So there's a bit of a thing going for that. But then you've got some here that are like reduce your speed, but gain area. I love RNG, but there's one worry. Go on. I'm always willing to hear that. What is if the RNG ruins the gameplay? That is valid. Right, so, and that's why we've got 3 portals. As well as, and I'm going to say this in the softest sense, you can just go into a run, quit the run, go back to the lobby, and the portals are refreshed. Or you could just quit the game and reload the game. And reset the portals. I'm not going to stop you from doing stuff like that. If you have only portals that you don't enjoy, that's fine. But this is, so how to counteract a lot of them being bad, these are all positive modifiers you're seeing. This is create positive modifiers. How the game functions is if we go to map parts, I want to say it is, and control a portal, and create event, you'll actually see positive value and negative value. So there is a weighting to these things. The negative value will be always lower, and it will basically combo together what it can to make a modifier for your run. So you see this one's got a value of 1, value of 1, value of 2, value of 2, value of 3. Then we're starting to get to value of 4. This one gives you a lot of health potentially during the run. This one gives you rerolls. Rerolls aren't fully implemented yet. Ding, require a lot less XP. Apex, which is a big positive one. This is basically you can only get this positive modifier and no other positives with this one, which is levels are harder to get, but gain a small amount of stats. When we say a small amount, we mean you get health, you get damage, you get area, you get movement speed, you get cooldown every time you level up. Small amount, mind you, but you're getting that every time. That's an insane amount of power you're getting. That's really cool. Perfectionism, another one that's kind of cool. You get EXP when you're not taking damage. Old batteries get charges, but they take longer to thing for your EX. But here's your negative ones. Enemies get movement speed. Get less health and healing's less effective. There we go. Because Mouth wants a total bullet heaven for speedrunners. Boo, throws tomato faith. Shush you. I mean, we've got this one, which is like one of the high-end negative modifiers. Don't do it. Start at 1 health. Healing is 50% less effective. Deal less damage. Enemies get all of these. You can keep your modifier value at a low thing, so you don't get high impact modifiers, which means that your runs will be a lot more standard and a lot more similar. But you could choose the higher ones and get really chaotic ones. I mean, there's fucking, where is it? I am die, thank you forever. Literally explosions randomly spawn around you as a player. That's it. It's just, these things will spawn and they will deal a bunch of damage, I believe, right? Yeah, 100 damage to the player if you're inside their radius. Have fun. Keep dodging, keep running, keep dealing with chaos. There is also a few here. Yeah, no, I'm the top anti-fan. That's fair. So it's stuff like that exist, but then yes, also we've got some, all of the maps are going to have a mechanic of some kind, some mechanics. There's one that we have as a joke that is in the planning, which is a map that's literally just called Miyazaki Swamp. That is going to have like spaces that deal damage, that slow, that they just give you a bunch of debuffs because fuck you, Miyazaki always has to have his swamp. So there you go, that's kind of my answer to that innovation. Again, it's allowing for the runs to have a bit of a randomization, a bit of an interesting feel to them. So not every run is exactly the same, which is a big issue I see, but it's also not hard locking you to always having like these insane modifiers that you can't, you almost struggle to play around because of just how intense they are. Keep in mind as well, you can switch characters and the modifiers won't change. So if you see a modifier and you're like, oh, this would be really good on this character, go switch to that character. Have fun. I ain't gonna stop you. Now, I'm sure someone's gonna like ask for maybe an in-game way of re-rolling the modifiers. I'm not gonna say no, but I'm not gonna say yet. Don't plan on doing it yet. Maybe I might do it one day. We'll see. But as it stands, yeah, I don't like the idea of it. But if there is a large enough people having it. Rarity system? Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, they've got values for that. The modifiers. But, like, rarity... This game doesn't really have rarity in it. Of any kind. There's... With your upgrades, because it's upgrading the weapon... Like, it's straight up a linear upgrade tree, right? Where it's, get weapon, upgrade weapon. Like that, Vampire Survivors, like. So there is weighting on the upgrades. There is a weighting system, so it'll weight weapons over others, and it'll weight ones that you've got equipped over others, like that sort of stuff. How do you obtain other characters? So there will be challenges in the game, but for the most part, at this stage, nothing's locking anything. There's no collection system, so there's no way I can lock them, but we do have plans around some of that. If I scroll down a little bit, I can only show a bit of this because I don't want to go too far. We look at the collection thing here. You'll see that like some of these like win 5 runs. Maybe I'll look a character behind that. There's also going to be a gacha, like an in-game gacha system. So you use in-game currency to roll them. I saw Cave. How will this be different? That's a good one. More or less, it's going to just be a restructured map. Completely redrawn up. Everything like that. Positions are different. And my hope is, as well, is that there'll be different enemies and there might be some different environmental mechanics. Is the idea for it. So each map will feel slightly different, unique in its own way, but again, not excessively different to an extent that it's like, I don't know how to play this. League of Legends Swarm is a really good example of how I'm aiming to keep the maps. Each of the maps were different, each of the maps are very differently laid out, but it's stuff. But yeah, like it's pretty consistent. It's still run around most part. There's just an example, Miyazaki Swamp. There's just some areas you're gonna want to avoid. You can. I think that's enough because again, like keep in mind, while that on its own doesn't sound like a lot, when you layer it with the modifiers, when you layer it with this and that, we've got a system that's very stacked together. Adding too much complexity in any location outside of modifiers is very dangerous. And modifiers are already got a lot of limited design space, in a sense, for that as well. Because they're the meat and gravy of what make each run different. So I have to make sure that they're not going to completely alter the game in a way that makes them unfun or unplayable, but makes it so there's ones that, like, are niche, are definitely going to cater to that one person more particularly. That's where I can make a lot more of my skill expression and interest be the case. Which I think is definitely an interesting one. But we got the map-specific mechanics and planning, right? Yes, we do. Each map has got its own specific mechanics and environmental environmental mechanics is what I name them. Some of the notes there are still not finished off, but yes, we will have every map having its own unique thing. Like I said, look at Swarm for an example. One of the maps was as simple as in the center is a platform. If you stand on it for long enough, you'll heal everyone. And it's got a cooldown. I think that's really great to have a mechanic that's specific to each environment because it means that you can learn from them. So that's kind of the idea. But I'm not going to go too extreme with them because again, that's where modifiers come in. I want the maps to feel unique, but I don't want to feel like they impact the gameplay more than the modifiers. That's the most important part of it. But yeah, we've been mainly working on the UI stuff, ironically enough, even though you've seen just only work on the enemy spawning today. Just says a lot about like how intensive a project that needed to be. I actually have a list here of things I need to look at. Give me a second. I think I fixed that. We will get back to looking at that at another point. Crates. Let's go look at crates. So, I think that's going to be an option list, right? It's going to probably be an option list in here. Alright. So I need to look at one thing quickly. It's here. Dun. And this was great. So we'll do this for the moment. And yes, I do want the crates to pause the game as well. Yes, kitty cat. Pedals. Now I need to look at, it's in here somewhere, right? Crate rewards special. Show us the cat. I mean, he's a little sleepy, so I don't really want to show him too much. There you go, buddy. Hey. That's the kitty cat. That's all you're gonna see of him, because again, I don't want to harass him too much. Bro, looks like if Lamar turned into a cat. What? Okay. He's a bit on the older side, so he's a bit slower at the moment. Also doesn't go outside all that much. He's very body heat wanting. He's also probably a little lonely because his sister is no longer around. Okay, I'm gonna have to recode a lot of this. I'm trying to think the best way to approach this though. We need a crate inside a crate item that would give you an appropriate upgrade from crates. Or give you an additional upgrade from crates. Maybe. I could see an idea for that. Yeah, no, I could actually see like a way of giving better stuff from crates. More likely to get a rare reward from them. Or a rarer reward. So I'm gonna write some notes quickly. Okay, so with crates, what am I gonna need to pass through? Name, the reward, rarity equals 1. Removable equals true. And then go on, Miller. Crate mimic modifier. Well, you mean like sometimes the crates will be dangerous. I don't know if I could do something like that, but keep in mind crates are rewards for larger scale things. So you kill a boss, you complete a shrine. Like those are the only times crates will turn up, typically. So that's kind of important to consider. Or of course, crate modifier that gives you joke items, but it's like, no. No. Crates are supposed to be recognizable as a high-end reward. Especially with how we're going to be doing some of this. Rewards. Actually, no, the reward doesn't need a name. The thing doesn't need a name. Just needs these. So technically this should actually just go at the front. Imagine a warehouse map where there would be more crates, but some would be course and some would be real. A map mechanic? No. No. Again, you have to keep in mind, so the rule of thumb with most things is you want to make certain things recognizable and consistent. This is one that's consistent. The player will always... It's like chests in Vampire Survivors. Is there little joke things that are done? Sure, for very, very specific, specialized maps. I'm not planning on those anytime soon. But a crate is a crate. A crate is a crate is a crate is a crate. Crates need to be special. They need to be noticeable and recognizable as what they are. You see a crate, you immediately know, I want to go pick that up. It's like seeing a Pokeball in Pokemon on the ground. Like, just randomly sitting around there. You know that's something. Is it really, really good? It could just be kind of average. Same here, but you know it's a rewarding thing. Maybe one or two are gimmicky, but most of the time it's a rewarding thing. That's what you want with it. A slightly different graphic. Yeah, again, I'm not saying I wouldn't do like a mimic or something like that joke, right? Or things like that. I'm just kind of more on the thing of, if I was to do those, that is longer term, much further down the scoping range. And I kind of just can't, it's not worth considering too much at the moment. That's what I'd probably put forward on that statement. It's an idea for after the later maps are released. Yeah. No, again, like, that's kind of what I mean, right? Is, would I say that I would do that probably within the first, like, 6 months of the game? No. But, like, maybe I'd consider it after a year, right? It's probably a valid kind of point. Because in that point in time, I feel like if things are established and if there's already memes around something, then I can actually do maps around those memes, right? That's the big thing that needs to be considered is, if this game ends up in some way has actually a community going, there'll be community memes, and I'm more likely to try and make a map around some of those memes for fun. Just to kind of nod my head at those that actually play around with it. I'm trying to remember, how do I do that math again? Do I need to pull up my other game? I need to pull up my other game. I need to pull up another game so I can look at something for maths. Give me a second. No, that's the wrong one. Fuck. That one. Okay, how do I do that? I'm now thinking maybe in the much later stages of the game you could do some Mario Party style game mode map. Like there are modifiers that would change each round, changing the map, changing the enemies and objectives in a sense. If you would implement the multiplayer someday. I mean, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, I mean, multiplayer is priority, right? It's lower than getting bosses and the collection in, but it is still a priority. How do I do that? How will you make the sound effect of EXP not be annoying? Ooh, that's an interesting one. So there's a change we've actually made recently to things, but there is two different ways to kind of approach it. So at the moment, I mean, the audio is really low in game. I can fix that in a second. And we can kind of listen to the EXP sound in that, but there's two ways to approach it. This is the second one. Have I written that wrong, have I? Yeah, I have. Okay, sorry. Alright. The original way we had it was that if the noise was playing, it would not play again. Which is currently how the menu works for that noise. So we go into audio. I'm gonna... So it won't play until it's completed the first cycle of the audio. If we go into here though, you'll actually hear in game that's not the case anymore. What we have is something different. God, it's very quiet, isn't it? I'm gonna have to level up at least once or twice, aren't I? Fuck. This is the problem with having, I'm just gonna leave the run because it's just gonna be easier to do this. Audio. Okay, play. So we'll actually hear it a bit better. Do you hear that? So what that is it's actually stopping the current sound and starting it again each time. By doing that approach, you can get stacking noise, or like having the noise feel still like it's stacking, but it's not gonna blow your fucking eardrums out because multiple audio points at the same time, if stacked on top of each other, just basically make it louder. And that is what I avoided at the beginning, because that's an important thing to avoid. You don't want to deafen your player, surprisingly. Who would have thought? But that, I think, is a good approach for it. That is true. Yeah, it's a magical thing. Surprisingly enough, respect your player and not actually try and make their life a living hell. It's a very important thing. Right, let me just fix the audio again. But how do you imagine that game idea of mine, by the way? Any changes or extra things? I mean, like, in-game modifier things and stuff like that, and, like, choices, I can see something like that. There's a lot of game modes I'd like to actually add as well, so it's not off the cards, but it's just, I don't know when I'd get to it again. In the future. I'll say that. Maybe I'll consider. I do wonder if you had any thoughts on making terrains have levels and height. I've not seen that before in games like this. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair one. My concern with that is what does it add and what does it remove? So, technically, could I make it look like the game is moving, like you're moving it up in elevations? Sure. And technically there is the elevation of those bits look like cliffs, or, well, loosely look like cliffs and walls and such. So that's kind of an aspect to it. I've used it as an idea of the space you can't path on. But adding the levels and heights, again, so the concern with it, if I was to actually implement it correctly, is at what point in time do I then go like, okay, so this weapon has to be able to go over someone's head? And that becomes a difficult task there. It's like, or it goes downwards on the slope and then goes... There's a lot of, like, visual things that will start having to get considered for it. And it can make it extremely, extremely awkward and unflattering to the game in the end. Unless they make a lot of things very particularly designed to compensate for it. That would probably be my statement on that. Like, best defined. It's not that I wouldn't do it, it's that just the technicalities of making it visually make sense and worthwhile, not high, making it so it's just a visual thing and it's no actual gameplay to it, yeah, I'd probably do that quite happily. I mean, the assets at the moment are very plain, and I need to finish them off. We'll write it down for possible details for you, alright? Yeah, fair enough. I ain't gonna sub you for writing stuff down. But yeah, it's always that difficulty of finding that point in time where something looks nice and something doesn't look nice. Because immediately I'll refer to something that's in the game. Funnily enough, if we go to map parts and we go to spawners, terrain area, and no, not this one, grass area. I think it's in create? No, it's in draw, right? Let's toggle this exit off. You want to see what happens if we toggle this exit off? Because you can already see there was probably some, like, very spooky and complex code there, wasn't there? That's because... Oh, what the fuck? Why did it not show? Oh, it's because I also still have it toggled off here. I think. There we go. Maybe they'll get it to work correctly. I think I have to have those two toggled on like that. Ooh. Okay, that's bugged at the moment. But it's grass. And it waves. It moves slightly. And it actually has, like, me go here, go behind it, me go here, go in front of it. It also has inbuilt code if I want to edit correctly to, whatchamacallit, move away from player and move away from objects. Might have to do something about that, because that doesn't look right. Looks like they're spawning in places they're not supposed to. But yeah. That is a thing that exists in the game. It's not used at all. In fact, it's just completely toggled off and exited. So it just doesn't run. Why is it not in the game, you might ask? That is because a very simple reason. That reason is clarity. How easy was it to see that iron mic underneath the grass? It wasn't. And there's a lot of abilities that are gonna just completely be hard to see because they'll be under grass. Is there ways to answer that? Yes, but it's really, really technical and probably just kind of comes to that whole, I don't know if that's worth it for me. Because there's a lot of calculations that I'd have to do, and that's already really high intensity calculations going into that. So that's basically the answer. Like, there are plenty of things. Will there be poison damage? I mean, there's DOTs in the game. One of the character's main weapons is a DOT. Junipers. If you're gonna ask though if there's like particular elemental things, no. I'm not intending to do like fire damage or all that. I'll do DOT and it's just, this is an attack that sets things on fire. I'm not doing fire damage and earth damage and water damage and all that stuff because that starts getting into unnecessary complexity and becomes a situation where now I have to make a Pokemon chart of what does more damage to what, and then it just starts becoming like this mess of unnecessary details for balanced decisions that I could just not do and have a fine enough system. But yes, there is DOTs. Good old, was it Moth Goop, I think is the name of it, right? Emotional damage? There is emotional damage in the game. I will say that. I'm always down for emotional damage. Yours or some characters? I'll leave that to your imagination. There we go. Can you, I can imagine you having an Aussie meltdown. Again, not Aussie, New Zealand. Big difference. Big difference. Aussie's more mild. On a good day. Kiwis are definitely more consistently chaotic, I'd say. Here we go. Then I need to go check. Ah yes, Pokemon and P share the same thing. They're both stored in the balls. Gotta love it. A wise man's words, yeah. Alright, and double check that. Yeah. Alright. Minimize that again. Minimize that again. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna have to make. Also, I just saw the rewords. Love that. So, array. New Great rewards constructor, and then let's think about this. So the first one would be Did you know Sniper from TF2 is canonically a New Zealander raised in Australia? That sounds about right. Terrible fate to be raised by primitives. Hey now. We don't say that out loud. Nah, they're the convicts. Come on, get it right. Ah yes, the Australia versus New Zealand grand debate, alright. Australia versus New Zealand, I mean, they stole a bunch of our cool ideas and claimed them as their own. Some of our cool actors tried to do that as well. Try to steal one of our cool horses. Try to claim it as theirs. And now they've just got a better economy than us. That's all they've got going for them, because they have coal mines. So, am I going to dog on the Aussies? That's literally in my blood. As would I expect from them as well. both British. What could be cool about you both? Hey, now we're further in the tech tree. We're like British, but actually teched up. It's great. Gone further in that skill tree. Lovely cat. Fucking snoring. Oh, that's not what I wanted to click on. It's that. Alright. What are the beginning mistakes when doing pixel art? Ooh, what is a good mistake when it comes to doing that? I guess like over trying to make it complex. Again, it's trying to find that balance of getting as many details in as possible, but also making them as simplified as possible. It's really hard, and that's something I messed up a lot early on when I was doing it. Because you want to add more detail. You want to keep, it's like, this isn't the character. It's like, yeah, but this is pixel art. You have to work within those limitations. And that's something that really messed me up a lot. Like, it messed me up a lot when doing that. Still does. There's a reason why I made templates, because then I now can't really stop. And then I also reference my old drawings while I'm doing it. There's nothing worse than British. No. You got that wrong, Miller. There's something worse than British. There's something worse than everything. Even so bad that it hates itself. French. They're coming for you with their baguettes. They're going to surrender really, really aggressively at you. And then when after they surrender, they're going to cause a civil uprising. Because that's like 90% of all they do. Man, I wish Nya was still here. I could make some of these jokes and he'd confirm them. Nobody hates the French more than the French, but everyone hates the French. I'm from Japan, but I don't see the problem with Europe and British. But I don't know. What do I know? Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I actually gotta say, the time I did spend in Japan was great. I want to go back there so badly. Someday. Someday. Definitely want to go back. It's great. I only stayed in Tokyo for like the 2 weeks that I was there, which is probably the most regrettable thing. Should have traveled around a lot more. But it was still really cool, so it's a lot. We're baguette shotgun proof. Ah, yes. But don't worry, then they'll come with the snails. Fear the French. They're coming for you. Okay. So I'm gonna have to store that somewhere. Probably in the main? No, in the player. Be better. Will our flags be shown when doing multiplayer? That's actually an interesting question. Do I show like where you're roughly from? I could see about doing something like that. We'll see how difficult it is to get some of that going. My priority at the moment when it comes to multiplayer is just creating lobby, being able to just queue into lobbies pretty freely, just go into a random open lobby. Chat, I do want to have a chat system, very loose one maybe not even a chat, but like some way of communication. We talked about stuff like the League of Legends stickers a few times. I like the idea of that, those kind of like emotes that you can have. So you can select them, so that's your way of expressing to the other person. Then yeah, probably showing ping maybe as well. It'll be peer-to-peer, right? Kinda, yeah. I mean, it's gonna be individual. Like, there's gonna be a host, and it's all connect to the host. That's the only way I can really feasibly do it. If you're gonna go like, but why don't you run your own server? Sure, the moment some rich, wealthy benefactor is willing to pay for the servers, that should get expensive very easily, unnecessarily so. Do public chat channel for teaming up, loose idea. My statement against that is that requires a bit of hosting. Like that requires either I send out an extremely large amount of data or I host. So I'm probably not gonna do that. At the end of the day, there's gonna be several ways to team up with other people. One of the things I do want to do is a Discord for the game at some point. I've considered that quite a bit. The problem is I kind of want to find a few people to help run it with me, if I was to do it. That way people can put in support tickets real easily, see what's currently going on with updates and stuff, and actually talk with me a bit more directly just around the game. So you could do some Discord integration. I mean, probably just to the extent of like sending you to the Discord is the short answer. It's just like, hey, here's our Discord link, go click on this and you'll get sent to the thing. See from there. That's all I'll probably add. Which, by the way, yes, I do need to still add in hyperlink functionality systems. Because I plan on having, in the info section for characters, I do want to have links to their information. So like their Twitch channels, YouTube channels, all that stuff. Because I feel like I need to do that. At the bare minimum. Some of us will be up for moderation of the server, if you'd want to. I got some experience, actually. I mean, again, it's gonna be a nightmare to get it all sorted, and I'm not really fussed about it right now. That would probably be closer to Steam release, and at that point in time, I feel like I have a bit better of a system in place. I will also say this now, if I was to do it, I don't know if I would want volunteers. I feel like I would want paid. And that creates a difficulty there, right? Because you're putting in time to possibly deal with support tickets and get information for me, potentially host like events or something like that. I already work for free for a bunch of like I work for free for some content creators, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm not saying that they should pay me, but I definitely would make an argument of if I was to do something like that, I would pay. You'll go broke way too fast, yes. And that's why, like, again, the Discord's not made yet. There's a reason why it's a rough time, because for Twitter, if I like, that's another example, right? Is if we go here, go to Twitter. Once it loads. This is my Twitter. This is my personal dev Twitter. I post in streaming. There we go. VTuber United. This is the Twitter for the game. I do bugger all on here. There is 23 posts in total, and it's been around since September last year. That's not a great ratio. In fact, almost all the last posts have just been these updates that have come out. Like, there was the big one we had there. Something, and it's just been like more of that since. And that's why I'm like hoping we can push to a larger update soon, so I can stop doing this and I feel like I can actually do a proper one again. Like a non-tagging the previous one, because these ones have all just kind of been chains off the others. But yes, this is the official game's Twitter. And it's just, it exists. It doesn't do much. Versus mine, which arguably I'm pretty active on. I respond to a fair bit of stuff and I look at it nearly daily. Just to see if there's anything important. Don't stay too long on it though, because it is a nightmare. But like, I get to see cool stuff like this. Game devs being game devs. Love it. Always down to see random game dev ideas and shit. It's helped inspired me a few times. Alright, so I said I was going to store something on the player, right? I was going to... room start. Switch, if room is game room, this is where we got to do it. So I'm going to have create event, because create event's also going to have to be... rewards list equals new. No, it's not a new, it's create. Rewards list. Your phone was ringing. What? Whose phone? Ring ring banana phone? New phone, who dis? If I keep saying these really old memes, am I funny? I swear I'm not out of touch. You are based. Based on what? Based on what? Come on. You kids keep saying I'm based, but what does that mean? Based on what? Based on my fan fiction? Hang on a minute. Oh god. I'm trying to think what I'm gonna have for fucking lunch today. I need to go grab some like cheap noodles, I think. Kinda low on most of my other stuff. And this week I do gotta be cheapo because I'm going to a barbecue and I wanna have money for liquor. Because surprisingly enough, old man drink. It's how I gain my superpowers. You thought I was drinking water? No, this is straight vodka. I can phone to for delivery? Not actually really, nor is it cheap. It is bloody expensive for New stealing to eat out, let alone order it. Absolute sinner, yeah. Okay. So now this is going to mean that these rewards you get are going to be individual to the player. This is something I think is actually kind of important. I do want to make these individual to the player. So there will be some changes I need to make though. That's gonna be the annoying part. For now, I'm gonna make it locked to the player, to just one player. So for now, I'm just gonna pull an index variable. So array length o player dot what is it again? Create rewards list -1. Random. There we go. And then in here, actually, no, wait. I'm gonna change this to just the array for now. Because I've got some very complex things that I'm gonna want to do with this. No. Fuck. Oh, alright. We have it as this, but I'm gonna change it very, very shortly. Because I've got a lot of things I need to do to it. A lot of things. I'm gonna be back in a moment though. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll leave you with the funny BRB gift thingy on my webcam, shall I? Here you go, here's milk. What is going on here? Alright. I have returned from the long, was it the land lost in time? I don't know. Okay. There we go. For now, this will be fine. There's a much better complex thing that I'll be able to add later. There we go. I was looking for the math thing as well, wasn't I? Yeah, so I need to look at the math. I need to figure out where that's done. No, this isn't quite the math that I want, is it? Yeah, that's upsetting. Okay. We'll leave it at there for the moment. Then with OUI, menu change rate. No, it's options list dot create 1. See if this works. I wouldn't be fully surprised if it doesn't. Funk arcs not set before. Is it not? Hang on, I want to see if this is a thing. I want to see this in a much more grand scale of things. Okay, here we go. Wait, what? Uh, oh. That would explain it. Cool. Alright, well that was a bit of leftover code from the other developer. I think. Might have been me, might have been them, I don't know. Either way. Crates just need a lot of love. They never got, like, the true love that they deserved. For such a key feature. Here we go, this is the random one that I was looking for, I think. Yeah, no, that's expected. Okay. Why did it only pull say so though, and not yabai? Hmm. Hmm. So I'm okay with the upgrade bugging out. That's fine. Oh wait, is that? Ah, that's why. So that should show both now. No. Unless I need to go down the other end. Is that what I needed to do? Cool, we have both of them. Awesome. And this will crash, cause yep. That's fine. Alright. I know why that's crashing. That's a crash that I'm not concerned about right now. Very much not concerned about right now. I wonder if this is all I need to do for it. Please don't give me the say so you buy one first. I kind of want to see another one. Of course it does. The moment I said it, I knew it had to be the first one it was going to give me. That looked correct though. Now we're just going to test the other one. We need to test the 3. You gotta be kidding me. Of all of the odds, it's a 50-50, mind you, so there's a coin flip, but like, god damn it. We'd fucking avoided the coin flip so many bloody times already. Now I'm just gonna... Testing, man. Alright, now I'm just gonna give up for the moment. I mean, I could fix it quickly by just going here. And doing this. Cool. Now it forces there's no say so you buy one in there. Now, there's going to be potentially some questions about the fuck the hell is the say so you buy thing. This is something that I've always wanted to be in the game. I'll explain it more in depth shortly though. To be fair, I do need to go over those and actually improve them quite a bit. So this, outside of obviously the UI not fully working as it should be, that's just because I'm using the ones that are designed for long ways in a short ways scenario like this. Is a little problematic. I have resolutions though, but this is working. Right? Yeah. It's working. We have a weak crate system in a much more visually appealing style, in my eyes. We could even actually move upgrades to being a lot more like that in the future if we want, but I'm not going to worry about that too much right now. It's not a priority, but it is something that should be considered. So yeah, no, like, so going into the say so you buy it, so one of the things, which is why I even wanted crates in the game to begin with, I'm not even kidding. This was actually why we introduced shrine rewards, is that I want to add like a couple of interesting spicy rewards to the game that you can get per run. They can influence it. So what this is you, every run, theoretically you might have a chance of seeing these two. You have to pick one and it will basically, in a sense, banish the other one. You'll never get the other. One is more support orientated here, as you can kind of see, like defensive, and this one's more offensive designed. If we go into here, we'll probably see better. So with here, it adds health regen to the player, reduces their assist cooldown, gain max health, which this calculation is not necessary because I handle it better now. What is this? Wait, no, okay, give me a moment. I'm trying to fucking understand my own code here. What was the idea with this? Is this modifying my health every fucking half second? No, this is calculating the modified health. Where is it getting its thing from, though? No, this is straight up percent max health increase. Oh. Yeah, no, that's okay. That is the issue. Yeah. No, this will be changed. This will be changed. What was your buy again? So it's just damage, EX amp. Yeah, it's damage and EX amp. And it's based on player level? Yeah. Can probably do that better now. That's the... in short, those were some very old ones, but that was the idea of those. There was some cool stuff of that, where it's just like, yeah, you get like a substantial bonus based on like how you wanted to play. And they were very like tailored to being better for one thing and not for another. And I thought those were cool. There's more upgrades like that we can do in the future. But that was the main one. And yes, then obviously there's this. What we're going to be doing with these is the rarity is going to determine the odds of it occurring. So what I will do is I'll basically make it so when I'm pulling it, it'll random a value of 1 to 3, the rarity tab. And then when it randoms that, it will pull everything from the array that it works with that, keep its location data, and basically figure out if it's removable or not, which is the other thing we've got here. The constant one here, the leveling this crate one, this is never going to remove. This is always going to be consistently there in the pull. But with this one, the let's say so you buy one, that will be removed. You can only get that once per play. And that will affect your player just once. That's it. So that's kind of the idea with that. Obviously, this is going to require a lot more work, but the fact is it's at least in now and it's working in the loosest sense. We can do some tweaks from this point onwards to make things a lot better. And I'm probably going to do some very simple tweaks is the main stuff. But the fact that it comes out as nicely as it does, I'm happy with. Oh, apologies. Bit of a yawn. I am definitely feeling the late night that I had last night. Well, late for me. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna bring up a League of Legends thing at the moment, a discussion. So the Mbessa champion has been kind of revealed loosely, and I'm gonna be honest, I have concerns with its design because it's just very reminiscent of it's very reminiscent of two champions in particular I can think of immediately, and that's concerning if that's the parallels I make. So the first one is Callista, and the second one is Cassante. Cassante is a champion that is notoriously quite bad for a lot of things. Like he's bad in design. And the players kind of agree with this. Callista, though, a lot of people aren't going to remember what Callista was like in solo queue when she was actually good. Callista is a champion that is on a razor's edge of design, where her numbers change her from being godlike to absolute garbage. And at the moment, she's kind of more in that absolute garbage thing, but because of the way her design is, it means that she kind of can't be too garbage in competitive, like in LCS and stuff, when there's actually a team going on, because of the way her design is. She's very, very team dependent. Big deal for her. That's not the case with Ambessa, but it's more on the fact of, like, it is a character the numbers tweaking, because of the way the design is, you can only really tweak the numbers, and it will basically be this point of immediately trash or way too good because of dashes and stuff like that. The frequency of dashes, the frequency of events occurring with the character, at least there's no fucking unstoppable from what I could see, because holy shit, there was a lot of dashes. To explain, she is an energy-based champion, which is already immediately like a uh-oh. So spamming abilities is very easy. After casting an ability, you can queue up an action and you will dash kind of like in the direction of that. So it's very dash orientated and focused. But like, yeah, queuing up actions, you can dash basically. There's a lot of, basically she's a very sticky champion. She is very good at sticking to a character. But she doesn't have any unstoppable, which is a good start. Well, no, correction, she does have unstoppable. She has unstoppable with her ult, if I recall correctly. Now, again, this is where I cannot stress enough, there is a scary part with these sorts of designs. This is why I don't like Asante, and I think Asante was a terribly done champion, was not released well, and needs a really drastic effort done to him, is that design-wise, you cannot fix them without reworking them. Like, you have to rework mechanics to basically rebalance the character correctly. There's champions where that's not the case. Veigar is a perfect example of a champion that you just change his numbers. Like, his kit is actually toxic in a design, but at least you can actually change the numbers. You can change how much AP he gets per passive stack if you really bust. You could actually reduce it to not being 1. You could reduce it to being less. But it's fine. You've got the stun number. You can change that value easily. You can change its size easily. You can change its cast distance easily. There are these values that are changeable, that are mini reworks, mind you, in a sense. But they change the champion drastically. Their number changes. With Cassante, you can't do that because you'll have to remove something to do something properly with him. You have to remove an unstoppable, you have to remove a shield, a dash, an effect that he gains. Numbers don't work. Numbers don't work with those champs. And that's what, like, Yuumi had. Yuumi had that issue as well. Zoe had that issue somewhat. And that's why she's kind of in the dog shit territory for the most part, is like, they had to nerf her numbers down quite a lot. But this is where it comes to that whole League has a lot of problematically designed champions. It's not that they're complex, it's that they're problematically designed because by having it as complex as it means that the power ceiling goes way too high at a baseline, and that's the concern. Can't say for certain, because obviously I haven't had a feel for the character. The character has only been like announced, and abilities have been shown, I'm sure, and I'm not going to go and play on them on PBE, but it is definitely something to consider with that. That's why I've talked about, like, God damn it, sorry, I saw something that's very funny. But, like, that's why I talked about, like, Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is a problematic design because she is always going to teeter on the fine line of being trash and being great. Because she is damage-orientated based off of something that's not damage. She's based off a defensive stat for her, a lot of her things. So it means that it's either she gets insanely tanky, doesn't die, Cool. Then I give her too much damage or too much area. These things makes her too strong. The benefit we have is that the game is balanced around time. You want to be fast, so therefore I can lower the damage numbers and the area numbers, and it still be good because now you have to make that choice of getting those offensive stats versus getting the defensive stats to compensate, and that's good. But yeah, apparently Mbessa's one of her things, the passive slow that she applies just has the subtext, you're a third-rate fighter with a fourth-rate technique, which is just like everyone going, oh my god, she's actually Kaiba. You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Man, I miss Kaiba. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Sorry, getting distracted. Probably gonna call it soon, because we've gotten the main stuff done for today. We've got crates working, we'll need to work on banishes and rerolls, character select, improve the player UI, move the boss UI as well as the player UI stuff. Because there's a few player UI and boss UI stuff that I want to move around. And healing and damage numbers, we still need to do that, because we actually don't have that in the game at the moment. Because I want to review something before I really touch upon that. Now, I'm going to say this now, because we've got 3 days consecutive of dev streams, because I'm going away on the weekend, so I'm not going to stream on Saturday, like I normally would, or Friday, or whatever the fuck it is. So I'm going to probably not be doing much outside of stream for this. I'm actually going to try and rest a lot in preparation for going for the trip, and then when I come back, obviously the Monday, and then I'll be able to do like more aggressive streaming. I could probably stream a little bit earlier in some cases. We might do some more sporadic streams, just like side extra ones. We'll see. I mean, we still need to do a Halloween one, right? We'll see if we can do a real long special one for that. But with that being the case, yeah, I think I'm going to call it because I'm kind of hungry and I kind of need to go get some stuff. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. I said bye-bye.